Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure we have had ample time to interact, to network, and also to have a cup of coffee, juice outside. So, welcome back to the second session of this conference. We are proceeding with our program. So, according to our program, we'll have a keynote address. This address will be done by the National Planning Chairperson. So in a moment, we'll need to introduce our keynote speaker. So allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to call upon Dr. Livness Male. Dr. Livness Male is the Deputy Director for DCAS, and Dr. Male will give the profile for our keynote speaker and also call upon our keynote speaker to give us the address. Thank you so much, Madam.
Thank you, Director of Ceremonies. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This morning, our first keynote speaker is Professor Richard Nkandawire. And as rightly said by the Director of Ceremonies, he is the chairperson of National Planning Commission. And as you are aware, National Planning Commission is the one championing the Malawi Agenda 63. And the Malawi Agenda 63 corresponds, or this conference corresponds very well with the agenda for Malawi 2063. If you look at our theme, it's a curriculum change and innovation towards achieving an inclusively wealthy and self-reliant nation. And that's exactly what the Malawi Agenda 2063 aims at doing. One quote from Nelson Mandela is, "Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world." And that's exactly what we would like to do as a nation, to use education, to use this platform and discuss how we can change our nation using education. I would like to give you a brief resume of Professor Richard Nkandawire. He is very humble and he has written a very brief introduction. He is a social economist and a rural development expert and is currently the Africa Director of the Alliance for African Partnership, AAP, and also the chairperson of National Planning Commission and Mwapata Institute. Before joining AAP, he worked as vice president of the African Fertilizer and Agribusiness Partnership, where he led a team of experts in driving innovative interventions for efficient and effective delivery of fertilizers among smallholder farmers in Africa. And prior to joining the AFAP, Prof. Nkandawire was senior advisor to the Partnership for Africa's Development, NEPAD, where he was the principal architect in the design of NEPAD's comprehensive Africa Agriculture Development Program and a catalyzer for its acceptance by African heads of state and donor agencies. In 2008, Prof. Nkandawire received an honorary doctorate from the University of KwaZulu-Natal for his contribution to Comprehensive Africa Agriculture Development Program. In May 2023, he received another honorary degree from University of Pretoria in recognition of his significant contributions to the transformation of Africa's agriculture and food systems, as well as the empowerment of youth on the continent. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my singular honor this morning to present to you the keynote speaker, Professor Richard Nkandawile. Let's welcome him with a round of applause.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Livnes Mwale. I noticed that the PS is still around. Thank you very much for hanging around. Professor Mangani Katundu, we appreciate your opening this function. As we're discussing, I mean, we hope that we can continue to tap on your leadership at the ministry to ensure that, you know, agriculture, which is actually the pillar number 1 of Malawi 2063, is well reflected in the curriculum, not just in secondary schools or primary schools, but even, you know, at the kindergarten level. I'm actually standing here before you to reflect a little more on the urgency in transforming the educational curriculum. I think the urgency is much greater now than ever before. I think as a nation, we cannot continue to live in the 20th century. This is actually the 21st century. As a nation, we cannot continue to be informed by the thinking of the past. Particularly the colonial past. We cannot continue to rely on the tools of the 21st century. We cannot continue to impart knowledge of the colonial past. It is time to decolonize knowledge. It is time to decolonize the technologies of the past. It is time to decolonize even our own minds. Our own thinking needs to be decolonized. It is time for the nation to decolonize its curriculum. Indeed, these changes will not take root unless they're effected from the kindergarten. And I was delighted to hear that, you know, there's attention now being paid at the kindergarten level. There was a time when I used to work with Commonwealth. I was leading the Commonwealth Youth Program, and I was visiting Ghana. I was taken around by the Honorable Minister from Ghana to visit a kindergarten, a model kindergarten. This is actually, you know, several years back, you know. I was amazed that, you know, those of us who were visitors, you know, we had these, you know, under fives who were actually taught financial literacy at that level. We were expected, you know, as visitors to pay on the door, you know, as we entered that, you know, kindergarten school. We had to make payments. As we moved around, you know, the kids were actually painting tractors, they were painting vehicles, they're painting, you know, technologies of today. Not yesterday. They were not actually painting halls. They were not painting muddy houses. They were painting some of the, you know, skyscrapers, the contemporary, you know, infrastructure. I was really, you know, elated, I mean, to see that, you know, at that level already, they were inculcating in those young people, you know, a new mindset change. Again, talking to the Principal Secretary, you know, we truly believe that, you know, this curriculum which we're reflecting upon, the new curriculum, must embrace Malawi 2063, which, as you may recall, was launched in 2021 and cover various aspects. It covers socioeconomic growth through its pillars of agriculture productivity, industrialization, urbanization, and also enablers such as mindset change, effective governance systems, institutions, enhanced public sector performance, private sector dynamism, human capital development, economic infrastructure, environmental sustainability. And to operationalize Malawi 2063, we launched the Malawi 2063 First 10-Year Implementation Plan, MIP1, in November 2021 to achieve two key milestones. One, to graduate the country to a low middle income country economy by the year 2030, and also to enhance the achievement of sustainable development goals. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, a good education system prepares learners and the nation for hard work, socioeconomic and political participation in the context of a rapidly changing and a dynamic global society. For countries to able navigate the UN 2030 SDGs, they must be equipped with key requisite skills, knowledge, and competencies that are necessary and relevant across the globe. Curriculum, therefore, is one important tool that fosters this development in shaping moral development, cultural, socio-economic development, as well as political development. I think the question which we need to confront ourselves with, and I think it's important that we're candid with each other, does Malawi's educational curriculum align with the socio-economic development pathways that are reflected in Malawi 2063? In my humble opinion, and I stand to be corrected, the contents of primary and secondary school education curriculum fail to address the prevailing needs of our nation for the fourth industrial revolution. The current curriculum and teaching learning materials lack adaptability to incorporate, for example, wealth creation. And again, just to give an example, elsewhere in the continent, the subject of entrepreneurship, for example, cuts across all disciplines. It's mandatory. I know there's one professor here from University of Nigeria, Nsukka. I met him when I visited there. At the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, entrepreneurship is actually a compulsory subject at the university. Every student is expected to go through, training entrepreneurship to ensure that, once they graduate, they can be able to, set up their own businesses. But beyond that, it's also about being, social entrepreneurs out there once they get into the, market, or once they graduate. Again, to what extent can we ensure that we begin to address this question of youth entrepreneurship, or entrepreneurship more broadly, in our curriculum? Is that something that, we can think about? I hope we can. I'm sure, Professor Mikeka will be speaking to the urgency for attending to the fourth industrial revolution, including artificial intelligence. I'm delighted that Mass University is already beginning, I think, to address to these challenges around the new technologies for the 21st century. But I think equally important, it's about ensuring that the contents of our curriculum also begins to address, values, ethics, which are equally important, including patriotism, let me say, propaganda among those children. We need to inculcate, a sense of our consciousness that they belong to a nation, they belong to Malawi, and they need to understand what it means to be Malawian. You look at, the Asian countries, including the dragon economy, China, right from a very, small age. I mean, under fives are taught about, patriotism. They can actually, speak to their own nation. They understand fully the direction of their own nation, where it is going to. I think the same applies to, the various Asian countries. No wonder Frantz Fanon, in his book, White Masks, Black Skins, lamented at the fact that, most of us, put on white masks, and yet, with black skins, in terms of, the values we subscribe to, even the language, we undermine our own languages, we undermine our own cultures. Again, I was talking to Professor Katundu here, that, indigenous crops, some of us stopped eating, white maize. We eat sorghum, sima, and millet. We abandoned it because it was regarded as being sophisticated to eat rice and to eat, white maize, flour, I think we need to begin to move away from, these imposed, external, values and cultures and, ways of thinking. Indeed, if you look very carefully at Malawi 2063, particularly page 50, it is clear, and I'd like to quote what it says. Malawi 2063, page 50, it says, "We shall revise our school curriculum to include ethics, values, innovations, creativity, and entrepreneurship. We shall promote and profile locally generated innovativeness and technologies. You will therefore find a review of the curriculum as an important and quick win in the Malawi 2063 first 10-year implementation plan, MIP1. It appears almost 4 times under human capital development, mindset change, and environmental sustainability enablers. Again, I cannot overemphasize on this challenge of a mindset change, because I see it all the time. I visit my village, this culture of handouts, looking to external, people as saviors of their own, future. Whether they're villagers, whether they're young people, they always look to external handouts. They always look to people in town to save them, including buying them, bags of maize when they visit them, instead of really looking at, how can we actually help ourselves? Again, if you look at, the Youth Week, some of us who are old enough to remember, it was a powerful tool of, advancing this, question of self-reliance. And again, we're talking to the leadership in the country. We're saying, let's go back. It's not everything that was taught, during the first president's term of office that was wrong. I mean, there are many, many, positive angles to what was actually advanced at that time. So again, I think, it is critical that we revisit particularly this question of mindset change. And again, as the PS was saying, this has got to start, even at the kindergarten level. That's where we need to have mindset change. Again, I was just talking to the PS again about school feeding programs. I'm sure the director of feeding school program, I don't know whether they're here, but again, we would like to have a conversation with, Professor Katundu and, explore, what about, ensuring that the school feeding program includes, sorghum porridge. But today, those kids, who are already used to, maize porridge or rice porridge, I'm sure they look at the darkness of sorghum and millet as something to be shunned. But if we start at the, very young age, feeding them with sorghum which is more nutritious, millet, which is more nutritious than a white maize flour, I'm sure they'll begin to appreciate it. So I think the bottom line is that we really need to start, at that level. So in my view, our guest of honor, I think we need to review our education curriculum to meet the current needs of our society, the current needs of our nation, by embracing innovations, critical thinking, digital literacy, and the preservation of our national values. It is important for the curriculum to consider and ensure accommodating key priorities as promoted in Malawi 2063 first 10-year plan, which at a minimum include skills necessary for the fourth industrial revolution to foster global competitiveness and innovation, a mindset shift with emphasis on values that support inclusive wealth creation and self-reliance among Malawians, including aspects of hard work, positive attitude and patriotism, integrity, as well as religious values. Incorporate blended learning and effective use of educational learning management systems to adapt to technological advancements in teacher training, climate change education to raise awareness and promote environmental responsibility among the learners. Again, just a couple of days ago, I met the USAID administrator who is visiting the country, and there was a brief on the destruction of Zalanyama, soldiers going there to police Zalanyama forest, which is actually disappearing. Those of you from Blantyre, Michiru forest is gone, literally gone. And we cannot rely on soldiers, Those are external individuals, It's about changing the mindset of those communities. It's about ownership of the development, pathway they want to take. You destroy Zalanyama, Lilongwe River is gone, and downstream there'll be erosion, No wonder we have some of the most degraded soils, in this region, because all the nutrients are washed into the Lake Malawi and exported to the Indian Ocean. That's loss of millions of dollars, because those soils need to be replenished. They need to be replenished by, fertilizers. Again, the yields are going down regardless of how much fertilizer we put in the soils. And therefore, that awareness raising, particularly among children, on sustaining their own environment is absolutely, critical. Equally important, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to ensure that, you consider the inclusion of Malawi 2063 in your curriculum at the secondary school level, or indeed even primary school level. We think that the contents in Malawi 2063 are very telling on we as a nation where we should be getting into. In that one, for example, we speak about the need for moving towards a developmental state philosophy. Developmental state implying that, the state has a role to play in shaping the economy of this country. There must be intentionality in building a middle class, in this country. Without that intentionality, Malawians will still play, the second fiddle in managing their economy. You look at the Asian tigers, you look at the Chinese and all these other nations, they have actually succeeded because they had a focus on a developmental state. And we're very delighted that MDC is coming back, and also very delighted that there'll be a mining company and ADMAC is being revamped. All that is really a movement towards this developmental state. So all I'm saying is that even for university students, Malawi 2063 speaks very squarely to what we need to do as a nation. And I think those individuals, the young people, in schools, in secondary school, universities, they need to appreciate what is the development pathway we're trying to pursue as a nation. Because tomorrow, if they become leaders, they'll just look to the Americans, they'll look to the Chinese, and say, oh, they will actually rescue us. Nobody is going to rescue this country. The future of this country lies in our own hands. And again, we need to inculcate those values of, we, or those young people, seeing themselves as saviors of their own, future, as saviors of their own nation. So in my view, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, in our efforts of this education curriculum review, we also need to consider inclusivity. The 2013 Education Act advocates for a national curriculum that promotes unity in diversity, flexibility to cultural differences, needs, and it is therefore critical that this focus on inclusivity is attended to. I know the PS was actually chiding us that we didn't include in this keynote address, some very incredible women thought leaders who should have been part of this, lineup of keynote speakers. I think the same applies to, our own curriculum. Issues around gender integration need to be very much part of it. We need to accommodate, of course, those with physical disabilities and various other groups to ensure that, there's equal and quality access of education by all citizens. Inclusive education, however, should not be limited to curriculum changes, but it should take a holistic approach reflecting all aspects of delivery, addressing key teacher training issues, provision of relevant teaching and learning materials, infrastructure, and accessibility. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we as a country, we don't have the luxury of time. We need to be running. We need to be running. And again, this is our message to the leaders of our country, that we cannot afford to walk. We have to run, because if we walk, others will overtake us. They've already overtaken us. We need to see the sense of urgency in everything we do. We now have 6 years to achieve our agreed upon milestones to 2030 of graduating this country to middle class economy and in meeting most of the SDGs. MIP1 has set targets and milestones to be achieved, and the review of the education curriculum itself is crafted as a quick win to implement at least by the year 2025 some of those milestones that are, have actually been identified. So again, I think the message is it is time that we look at the changes we're discussing here as quick wins, because all of us recognize why we need to move very rapidly. And we've been talking about it, but I think it is time that we executed what we've been talking about. One cannot help but speak to Rwanda. If you look at Rwanda, I think it's one of those countries that is actually running. They're not walking, they're running. They're aggressively pursuing every angle, not just in curriculum, but in all sectors. They're very visible at the global level. You look at, I was talking to my Director General, I was just talking about, you go to UN, institutions, you find, there's a Rwandese there. The IFAD Vice President is a young woman. She was a Minister of Agriculture in Rwanda. She's now Vice President for IFAD. They're aggressive. Aggressiveness is important. Assertiveness is important. That's what Rwanda is all about. This is what we need to inculcate in, our young people, and that's what Rwanda is doing. I'm talking of positive aggression, not aggressiveness by actually, looting, shops during demonstrations. No, positive aggression, look at ourselves as in a hurry, we're very slow. I think we're not going to achieve anything if we continue to, just sit back. I know, Bona Pierce, you have some very top-level caliber of directors who understand fully the need for, being in a hurry and delivering on time. So we look forward to you revisiting MIP 1 and you prioritize, those quick wins and show that there's actually a movement. More importantly, indeed, let's take advantage of some of those low-hanging fruits that are out there and also see that we speak to other national priorities. We link up with other ministries' priorities where, which are, they're executing almost, related interventions. And all these need to be part and parcel of this transformative agenda we are actually, yearning for. Our guest of honor, our colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, again, it's a delight to stand before you and to give this very brief keynote address. And we look forward as a National Planning Commission to engage you further and to see how best we might be supportive in accelerating this transformative curriculum which you're actually looking into. Much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our keynote address. Let's give him another round of applause. He has inspired us, summarized very well the Malawi Agenda 2063, touched on many areas in a short period of time. Thank you very much, Prof, for that. A few takeaways from his presentation. He has talked about the past technologies that we can no longer rely on them. We can no longer use tools that we were using in the past, and therefore we needed to decolonize our minds, to decolonize the curriculum, to make sure that it is in accordance with the current technologies. He's talked about the need for the curriculum to inculcate patriotism, values, morals in children. He has talked about mindset change, that we need to help children to change in the way they do things. We need to educate the masses to begin to do things on their own, hardworking, instead of looking up to external handouts. We need mindset change, that soldiers cannot be there to protect our natural resources, but we must protect our own natural resources. He's talked about inclusivity, that we should look at gender issues, issues of special needs education, and equal access to education. He's also talked about the provision of relevant teaching and learning resources, that education cannot work well if there is no provision for resources for it. And finally, he's talked about delivery on time. We need to prioritize on quick wins on MIP 1, and also to link up with other ministries in achieving the Agenda 2063. Ladies and gentlemen, I open the floor for comments and a few questions. We still have some 20 minutes that we can interact with Prof. Nkandawile, and also to comment on his presentation. Do we have any comments or questions on the keynote address? Okay, there's a hand up one. SE would also like to comment. We also have 2 hands there. I'll take 2 more. Okay, there's another one this side. 1 more. All right, so SE.
Thank you very much for a very thought-provoking and also insightful presentation. I really loved your comment regarding making sure that we indigenalize the learning so that we can also have a knowledge of our own values and things that are Malawian. I'm reminded of something that I had meant to mention during my speech, which I forgot, the issue of digitalizing learning about Malawi. So there, we are not having extracurricular lessons on things that are Malawian. An example, tablet-based games that will teach the map of Malawi, where someone would have the framework of Malawi and have all the rivers of Malawi. Maybe they can say rivers, then you have Lindhipe, Shire, and the children will be able to pick Lindhipe, take it and place it where it belongs, take Lake Shire, place it where it belongs, take Mount Mulanje, place it where it belongs, so that we are learning, we are also teaching them things that are there through the digitalization process. But also, additionally, extracurricular reading, because yes, we do have the basic reading of things, of books that are based at school, the mathematics and what have you, but some of the learnings come from small books. In these private schools, they have books on keeper and what have you, but we could also have books that are Malawian. Someone is visiting the lake and their trip to the lake, someone was visiting the national park, someone was looking at sites where there are minerals and the different minerals that are there and the picture, so that the children from an early age, they are not just reading when they are at school, but that we have content and the books that they will read. I remember when we were growing up, there was Tintin, which we used to read a lot, and all these other books. Of course, they were foreign, but we could use those also to achieve what he was teaching, and also improve the culture of reading about things that they know. They will not only be reading, but also learning a lot more about their country. I thought I should add that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Very important topic. What are learners reading in schools? And that's for experts in literacy. What books are we reading for children? Let's take the second comment or questions. Question.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Masida Christopher Rogers Shaw, a Chirumbeni Community Secondary School. I want to comment on what the presenter has actually said. In the first place, I would say that we have a very good vision, 2063, but that will still remain a dream if we have not looked at a number of issues, which I just want to pinpoint one of them. The first one is content of our curriculum. Some of the content of our curriculum, especially in history, because I deal with history, has a lot of problems. I will take an example of what happened with John Cecil Rhodes. John Cecil Rhodes, if we read our history, core textbooks, Form 3, they will tell you that This guy came to Africa because he was advised by his doctors that tropical climate is going to heal him from TB. While in real sense, that is not true. That knowledge, the people who generated that knowledge, the people who generated that historical knowledge used a wrong theory in trying to generate that knowledge. They used what we call accidentalism, which is a weak theory. Cecil John Rhodes did not come to Africa because it was true that he was going to be healed by climate. Does climate heal TB? Did we not have people in Africa who were suffering from TB at that time? So if you look at that, you find that we are fitting in our learners wrong knowledge. Now when we have fitted our learners with wrong knowledge, what is going to happen is that they are going to see these people as very good people. While in real sense, John Cecil Rhodes came to Africa to steal a lot of gold, much of which his fortune, he had 7 wheels. Some of his wheels were the ones which were used to finance the outbreak of the First World War. I have that knowledge. And when we have that knowledge left out, what happens to our children? Our children get the wrong knowledge. In the end, they admire people like John Cecil Rhodes. It is because of that our ministers, for example, those in the foreign affairs, are going to forge relationships, good relationships with such countries, yet they were not very good at all. You understand? I hope you understand what I'm trying to mean by that. We go to ethics. The speaker has talked about our ethics, which, if I may ask, which ethics are we championing? If I may ask. We have absolutism, and then we have this one which we call situational ethics, whereby that's why, because we have failed to inculcate absolutism in our learners, that's why we have, for example, our friends here from the media. They can sell this country for their daily bread because they have situational ethics, that there is nothing wrong, there's nothing bad in maybe in such kind of things. It depends on what you do. That's why we have politicians who can, swindlers, I call them swindlers and takers of bribes, because they say it depends on whether you are benefiting or you are suffering. So there is nothing wrong in looting this country. It depends on whether you are looting, whether you are benefiting or you are not benefiting, because we have actually championed situational ethics, which is very wrong. Corruption is planned, and we have to deal with those kind of people head on by arresting, as Lenny did, and shooting of all takers of bribes, swindlers and corruptors. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comment. May I ask those who are commenting to please summarize your points, because we have limited time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Observed. My name is Maggie Guchonde from the University of Malawi. I'm a lecturer in early child development. Thank you very much, Prof, for your key and well-taken information for us. I think it has really opened our mind, and we had a lot that even strengthened our agenda. So my point, I've got 3 points. I just want to highlight 3 of them. First of all, it's about early child development. Prof, you indicated that we really need to embrace the Malawi 2063 agenda, starting from the kindergarten. So I really agree with you, and it's really a good move. And I want to highlight a few things on that. We, as Malawi, we've been fighting very hard for ECD financing. So to make this a real, or a come-true dream, I think we really need to start from the funding for early child development. because we have a lot that is happening on the ground, but our caregivers, resources, infrastructure, we still have challenges. So I think with the curriculum review, it acts as the best platform for us to incorporate and even to fight for more funding for early childhood development interventions. The other one I want to highlight is on the promoting the locally available resources for early child development. And my research also tackles much on that. I'm much focusing on literacy materials. So looking at the current and even the demands on the current demand, new technologies coming in, we also need to embrace our own what is happening in the indigenous knowledge and also the local materials. So I think that also will help us to move forward to promote the use of locally available resources for our education system. And last one is on the issue of the coordination between the ministries under early child development. For education, Minister of Education, as well as Minister of Gender. I think we still have a gap in terms of how should we support these children, because in Malawi, basic education is only we're starting for 6 above. But now, what are we really doing for the children from, let's say, from 2 to 5? What is the collaboration, the strength that is there for the 2 ministries to ensure that at least we have fully supported our child? I think it's really lacking. So we really need to strengthen that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. The last hand was from this side. So that's a very critical, relevant, and current issue that needs to be addressed by this curriculum review. We can no longer leave children that are under 6 years old behind. We need to include them as well in our review. Let me take the last comment.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Adil Chirungo. I'm from African Muslim Schools Association. I can speak English very well, but allow me to speak Chichewa for this. Timavesera banaje mina mankula Zambia lankula zimveka. Komano inaeni mavudia ndi funso. Lulifanya na silamu mlai muno. Sama wedo kala ku mbali zimene zimatenga badi popanga develop dziko lino education wise. Iyi ndi curriculum development and ukubali ngati Islam angatengepo gawo ziyambira pa curriculum. Tinapanga po research. Tinapeza kuti ku primary school chifukwa amaphunzitsa Bible knowledge koma osakhala Islamic knowledge. Mwana amamvesesa za Bible yake kwa Chikristu, amamvesesa za Bible zake komanso amamva ma values amene ali mu chipembedzo yake. Komano ife Islam samaphunzitsidwa zimenezo, samakhala ndi courage komanso amapanga develop ma values amenewo at that nascent stage. That happens ku secondary school komanso chifukwa chokuti palibe aziphunzitsa amene amatophunzitsa Chisilamu, right, amene aphunzitsidwa ndi boma. Zimakhala zokulera Asilamu amene primary school, secondary school apange benefit kuti nazo ma values zawo so that they can able contribute ku development ya dziko lino, including education wise. Trimatices kumena aphunzitsa, I'm sure aphunzitsa Bible knowledge. Tindi university chancellor kunya aphunzitsa theology kulibe Islamic knowledge. Ndino zimakhala zokuti munthu ukuyamba primary school, you don't know your religion. I'm a Muslim, I don't know my religion. Ndino zimakhala zovuta kuti ndipatenge active part when it comes to value laden development process. I've not benefited from the taxes that Muslims pay in developing the system in and bank training. I know maybe there's so much club on uploading. It's a real concern. At the end of the day, the values. Unless until the society develops values, there's no way they can develop. And the values are taken from religion. That's a fact. It's a religion that informs on values and morals. Then while timaphunzitsa Bible knowledge primary school. Why don't also teach Islamic knowledge primary school? Why we teach English language, which helps a Christian to understand his Bible? Why don't you teach Arabic language? It's also an international language. Why don't you teach that as well? And then benefit from the taxpayers' taxes that we all pay, primary school, secondary school, and all that, no facilities. Why don't you have Islamic department or Islamic degree, Kuchensa College, side by side with theology degree? I wasn't surprised. Traffic and health and that experience. Timadi functions abo Marios, Tendi Bempele, it's Christians who come out very courageously with Bempela. Why they are trained? Islam Sangaime, Amona Wudi, one is not get developed the car, you must about the train. So anyway, this is demonic, this is just a cry. That's the way people should understand. It's a cry. Why is it that Muslims are left in the vestiges of development process of education when they are supposed to take part in the development of the country? It's easy. It's good for you. The Muslim that I want you to have in mind is not the Indian Muslim or the businessman out there who can actually get contracts from the government. Who has not been brought in the mainstream development process because he hasn't been equipped. Zero. That's a fact that I wanted actually to advance. Then is curriculum development. That's where it all starts. Please package this. It's a genuine concern. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. For the sake of those who may not understand what he said, he's asking that why are Muslims not taking part in curriculum review and why are we not including Islam in the curriculum? So I will let the Secretary for Education respond to that before I ask Professor Nkandawile to chip in. But I would like to also correct the speaker that we are not just offering Bible knowledge in schools. We also offer religious education. So religious education includes Islam in our curriculum. You can check. There are schools that do Bible knowledge and some religious education. Secretary for Education, please.
Thank you. I was getting worried that you have started responding. And I'm wondering, was it meant to make sure that I have nothing to say? No, thank you very much. I think you have said rightly. Manena molondola. Timaphunzitsa maphunziro aza umulungu religious studies and chisilamu chilimomo ndi zina zonse. Number 1. Number 2, ndinokondwera kwambiri kuti iniyo ngati nsilamu muli muno. Muli muno kutengapo mbali pa zimene zizi. Ndiye tikamasankha kuti anthu akakhale ku sukulu apita akaphunzire ku ma teacher training colleges, sitimayang'ana kuti ndi wachipembedzo chanji. Asilamu aziphunzitsi alipo ambiri. Munakambapo za ku Chancellor College kuti akuphunzitsa theology. Theology ndi maphunziro ophunzira za nkhani za umulungu, chisilamu, chibahai ndi zina zonse zilimo. Kutereko I think isindudziwa ngati asintha pano head of department wa theology ndi Sheikh Imran ku Chancellor College. Sheikh and sindinaombepo kuti kumene kuko actually anthu onse amene amaphunzira theology kanda Khristu kasa Khristu amaphunzira chisilamucho chikhristucho ndi zina zonse zimene zikuyenerera. Ndimafuna ndinenepo zimenezo kuti ndithu in Malawi when we're doing religious education, it includes Muslim, Islam, Christianity, and traditional and other religions. Actually, the principle in education that we are following is leave no one behind. And it's inclusive, everyone, without looking at their religious affiliation, are recruited as teachers, and they do teach. Actually, my daughter was telling me they were just learning now how to say Salamu alaikum, and she was saying, can you please respond, Dad? And I was saying alaikum salam, because they were being taught how they greet in different languages and religions. So I think that if there are improvements that need to be made to the current inclusive curriculum that we have, that's why this consultation is inclusive of all stakeholders. It's an open process. The Ministry of Education is the Ministry of Education for the country, for everyone, traditional, Rastafarian, is Muslim, Christian, all those things we want our children to learn, and that's why we are being inclusive here. I thought I should make that comment to make sure that there shouldn't be any doubt that we are inclusive in the process. So if there are improvements, let's add it to them, and that's why we are consulting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Are you opening the door for engagement? Is what the PS is saying is to say we can engage more, right? Okay, fine. That's what I wanted. So we can engage more. Thank you very much. Yeah, yes. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So we want to conclude. We want to conclude, and I would like to ask Professor Nkandawile to comment on the 4 areas that have been highlighted: the issue of extra lessons on the knowledge of Malawi being digitalized, the issue of teaching wrong information in the curriculum, issue of early childhood development not prioritized in the curriculum, and then the issue of Muslims not taking a part, but that has also been addressed by the Secretary for Education. Your summary, Prof.
Not much really to summarize, but just to appreciate that I think there's an endorsement that these issues need to be addressed and urgently addressed, whether it's the need for early child development and looking at the infrastructure, issues around the coordination between ministries, very important, the question of digitalization as alluded to by the PS, and inclusivity. I mean, I think that was already highlighted, whether it's faith-based organizations being part of the process, extremely critical, but it's beyond that, including, very often we come to those gatherings ignoring some of the custodians of our own culture, the Nankungwis and all those people. They really need to be part and parcels of a conversation like this one. So this question of inclusivity in terms of thinking is critical, that we need to bring everybody on board. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So this marks the end of our first keynote address. Let me invite Mr. Kalambo to introduce the second presenter as we continue with our program. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ravines Mwale. So, colleagues, and indeed our guest of honor, were moving into presentations. So, on each day, we'll be having 1 or 2 presentations together before we go into breakaway rooms. There will be 3 rooms, as you can see from the screens. So each screen
will represent a loom. So before we go into breakaways, we are going to have one or two presentation. At this moment, I would like to call upon Dr. Valentin Zimpita. Dr. Zimpita will present on reforming curricula beyond academic achievements, a reflection on citizenship, education, and violence in secondary schools in Malawi. So as he comes, I'd like to request him to properly introduce himself professionally, give us a little bit of his background and where the motivation for his paper and so on. After his presentation, we'll open up for observations and discussions. Thank you very much.
Yeah, if you've got. Yeah. Oh, it's hard. Yeah, one fast. No.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Secretary for Education, Directors, Executive Director Manep, Vice Chancellors, Deputy Vice Chancellors, Deans, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I've been requested to introduce myself, something which may not be easy. But I'm Valentino. Some people at times will say Valentine, but no, for the sake of my mother who can pronounce words in English, I'm Valentino Zimpita. I'm Deputy Director responsible for higher education. I must as well acknowledge my director who is here. I'm here because he gave me an opportunity. If he chose that I shouldn't come, I wouldn't have been here. I hold a PhD in Education Leadership and Management from the University of Fort Hare in South Africa, a master's from University of Malawi, a postgraduate diploma from Mzuni, a bachelor's from UNIMA, a diploma from Domas, and a lot more papers. My paper is on reforming curriculum beyond academic achievements, with a special reflection on citizenship education and violence in secondary schools in Malawi. That's what the paper would want to look at. My presentation outline is like that: introduction, background, objective, review of literature, etc., etc. At the very end, I'll give a conclusion. I don't know how many minutes I've been given. How many? Up to 12. So what's the time now? Sorry, 12:13. Okay, thank you very much. Introduction. The introduction, I'm saying that in schools, we have conflicts. And the human relations theory says that wherever two or more people come together, conflicts shall always be there. In our schools, there are conflicts. Unfortunately, we are required to manage conflicts. So you are together to cross paths. It should always be there, but you should manage them. If you don't manage the conflicts, violence erupts. So in our schools, conflict is not managed and there is always violence. We hear of schools being vandalized, etc., etc. And because of this, there are ugly scenes. You can see a very good teacher's house, very solid. It had solar power, but it has been vandalized because there were some differences, some conflicts which have not been managed. And because of this, I think the outcry has been, no, we must have civics back. As a matter of introduction, that's what I can say. Background to the study. The study dates back to 2014, when in the month of March, the Minister of Education, Science and Technology then held a management meeting at Nkopola Lodge in Zomba. I was privileged to attend that time as District Education Manager Baraka. In that paper, in that management meeting, the ministry presented a paper in which they bemoaned the many cases of violence in secondary schools. It was a long paper. They bemoaned the many cases. And the ministry highlighted that the vandalism was causing a lot of damage to property, bodily injury, and death. That time they said in one case where a student lost his life. That was 2014. In 2017, Domas College of Education and the Malawi Institute of Education conducted a study which they entitled Rethinking the Teaching and Learning of Civics and Citizenship Education in Schools and TTCs in Malawi. This was also after noting that there were so many cases of violence, vandalism, etc., etc. And they made an observation. They said, before Matipati, these cases were not there. And the thinking of this paper was that the reason was that there was civic education, civics and citizenship education in the curriculum. But with Matipati, this was removed. Hence, the many violence. That's what the paper said. And as a matter of recommendation, both the ministry and the paper recommended that civics and citizenship education be reintroduced. But the question was, is this the way to go? Is it indeed true that these things are happening because we don't have civics and citizenship education in the curriculum? So the objective of the paper was to establish if indeed the curriculum, the current curriculum, does not cover citizenship skills, or it does, but there are other factors that may need to be addressed. That was the aim of the paper. This came about because content in the curriculum is supposed to address three domains: cognitive domain or cognitive skills, psychomotor skills, and affective skills. In which case, we may have the content in the curriculum, but if we only major in the cognitive aspect, and we don't do anything in the affective aspect, where students are supposed to acquire morals, values, attitude, etc., etc., we can have the content, but still have violence in the schools. So the paper came in to find out, is it indeed true that the entire curriculum does not have citizenship skills, including conflict management skills? Are we together? Thank you very much. At times you can talk while people have been left behind. So if we are together, I'm happy. What does literature say? A little bit of it. Conflict is defined as the difference of opinion resulting from the availability of two or more possible courses of action. Any difference of opinion, that's a conflict. But is conflict bad? Literature says conflict is in itself not a problem. It is only when it is poorly handled that it becomes a problem. So if schools have conflicts, differences, that's not a problem. It becomes a problem when it is poorly handled, because it it may erupt into a violence. So the violence that happens in schools, it's because there are differences which have not been managed. And in fact, Kaiser 2003 says, in support of the conflict, he says the clash of a thesis with an antithesis can result in synthesis. So if you have contrary views, someone has contrary views, the two clash, because this one is a thesis, this one is an antithesis. If they clash, you can expect a synthesis. The beauty of conflict. But if not poor, if poorly managed, then violence, no synthesis at all. Unfortunately, literature also says schools are more prone to violence because violence is reinforced by massive mobilization, such that the larger the group, the more legitimate it appears. So if the Form 4s have started it, they don't have support from 3s, from 2s, from 1s. It looks like it may not be okay. They may stop. That's why before they mobilize, they do anything, they'll go to Form 3, convince them, go to Form 2, convince them. Form 1s are just told, you like it or you don't like it, let's go. Because the larger the group, the more legitimate a conflict appears. But conflict is not bad. It becomes bad because we have not managed it properly. Some cases of conflict, the study did some follow-up of what was happening. In 2011, a court acquitted Vipia secondary school pupils who had been arrested on suspicion that they had initiated a strike that cost the school property worth millions of kwajas. That was in 2014. A lot other conflicts happened, so many cases of vandalism fought, such that in the same 2014 is when the Minister of Education presented the paper at Anne's Lodge in Zomba. And in September, they had done this, presented the paper, etc., etc. But in September, same year, students of Ncheo Secondary School set ablaze school property in protest against the expulsion of 20 students who allegedly absconded classes without valid reasons. Over 30 computers and other property worth millions of kwachas were reported burnt. 30 computers and other property, petrol bombed. Okay, literature continues. In the same year 2014, the ministry felt, no, it's too much. The ministry released the circular number C3111, in which it expressed regret on the rising cases of vandalism and called for an end to the behavior, but the situation never improved. In 2017, the ministry indicated that it would reintroduce civics. You can read the Malawi News, the Malawi 24 of October 24, 2017. This was after DC and MI had recommended the same. You remember the paper, Rethinking. So it recommended, finally the ministry said, no, we need to reintroduce civics. And in 2021, the Ministry of Civic Education announced that it would reintroduce civics in public schools to enhance patriotism. So it has crossed over from the Ministry of Education to Ministry of Civic Education. Literature is saying that this indeed, introducing conflict management in the curriculum is one way of managing it. And there are different approaches. I thought we could share. What does literature say about this? There are models of conflict resolution education in schools. That's according to Bodan et al. 1998. This model has 4 approaches. How do you curb conflict in schools? 4 approaches. Approach number 1, process curriculum approach. In this approach, conflict resolution is taught as a separate course. So, possibly this call for civics is a process curriculum approach. We want to be an independent course. 2, mediation program approach, where selected individuals are trained in the principles of conflict resolution and mediation in order to provide third-party facilitation. Third approach, peaceable classroom approach. In this one, conflict resolution is incorporated into the core subjects. So it's not taught as a single subject, but it's incorporated into core subjects and classroom management strategies. And finally, peaceable school approach. This one goes beyond the peaceable classroom approach in that it covers the whole school. So teaching of conflict management is very important because it provides students with necessary tools to solve their own conflict in a productive and practical way. However, for students to acquire conflict management skills, education should go beyond academic achievements and address the 5-level affective domain as well, through which students learn how to manage emotions. This one is trying to say, when you are teaching this citizenship education, you should go beyond the intellectual abilities, where people can memorize, give answers, etc., but they don't have the values. It will not assist in any way. It should go beyond the intellectual capacities to the affective domain. Unfortunately, affective domain seems to be a forgotten area because even examination mostly assesses cognitive domain, leaving out the other domains. This is more 2022. During the KICS National Dialogue, Executive Director made a presentation. She bemoaned that examinations only concentrate on the intellectual abilities of students, not psychomotor, not affective. How do we expect them to have values with which they can manage their citizenship obligations if they don't have their values? That's very unfortunate. So of the three, it's like we concentrate on the brains, at times on the hands, but we have nothing to do with the heart. That's a definition. Because it appears we concentrate on Tubi, we leave the enzyme. Okay, so basically, curriculum was supposed to address this 5-level affective domain, which is forgotten. I don't know those of us who've done education, how many were taught these things apart from the Bloom's taxonomy, knowledge, comprehension, analysis, synthesis, evaluation, etc. How many learned this? Thank you very much. The say and the executive director learned this. Unfortunately, I've done education at different levels. I never got that one. But if you ask me about Bloom's taxonomy, I would even tell you the date when Bloom thought about that in 1956. So, in most institutions, this is a forgotten domain. But it's equally important. The human aspect. A student who doesn't have the human aspect, he can patrol bomb a computer lab, he doesn't mind. Actually, he's using the intellect. He knows that using petrol, you can easily blast something and people can easily die. He forgets that. So I've started preaching. Okay, so the question is, how much does the current curriculum address this one? I don't know. It's possible it does. What can be done to enhance this in the curriculum to come? These are things we may consider. Methodology, this one used a mixed approach. Of course, it was conducted in Central West Education Divisions, 5 schools, some teachers, questionnaires, etc., etc. Results, okay, maybe I should talk. Coverage of conflict management in the curriculum. The study found that conflict management was well covered in the curriculum. Document analysis found that in life skills, textbooks by Kajoma Mukachi, Kajoma wrote, I think, a lot of books from 1 to form 4. Conflict management, conflict resolution is there. Read the books, you will find that. Similarly, life skills textbooks by Mshanga, Chiziwa, and Maluabanda, 2007, Mshanga, Maluabanda, Chiziwa, and Mpande, 2000. These topics, conflict resolution, are there. That's what the study found out. Teaching of conflict management in secondary schools, the study found that conflict management was taught in secondary schools. Of the teachers who responded to questionnaires, 91.4% said these are taught. Some were saying, I teach them, I taught them yesterday, etc., etc. Data from interviews and FGDs also indicated that conflict management was taught in secondary schools. In Malawi, head teachers said it was taught, students said it too. Similarly, education officials said it was taught. But there were challenges, the study noted. The two main career subjects, life skills and social studies, were not offered by all secondary schools, such that not all students studied them. Social studies is optional. Life skills is core, but it's not taught by every school. Second challenge, in most cases, students studied the subjects just to pass examinations, not necessarily to acquire the knowledge, skills, and values, which the subjects were supposed to equip them with. So they could get the information, pass the exams, but not get transformed. Because we used this Bloom's taxonomy, knowledge, etc., etc. We didn't use the affective word. Okay, what some participants said, these are just some of the direct comments that some participants made. For example, focus group number 5, these were students. We learn conflict management in subjects like life skills, social studies, history, and Bible knowledge. For example, in Bible knowledge, we learn that when Abraham and his brother Lot had disagreements over land for feeding their animals, they sat down and resolved the issue peacefully. However, the major challenge is that we learn to pass examinations and not to acquire the knowledge for use in life. Actually, this was a school which had just gone on rampage the previous week. So you learn this, why do you do? No, we learn to pass exams. Okay, other factors that overshadow teaching of conflict. It transpired that there were other factors. Conflict is made by, number 1, misunderstanding of human rights by students who feel licensed to do whatever. Number 2, most head teachers lacked conflict management skills. They say, I was just picked to become a head teacher. I don't know how to manage conflict. Of course, it's true. Having headed so many schools myself, I was just picked. Fortunately, they picked a strong person, so I knew those things. Number 3, instigation of students by teachers or parents to get rid of a head teacher they did not want. This one was a big challenge. People said parents who want to be micromanaging a school, to be manipulating the head teacher. If a head teacher is strong, they can't come and do whatever they want. They will instigate students to revolt against him. Because the ministry posts away any head teacher whose school has been vandalized. So they said, we know if we don't want a head teacher, or even teachers who don't want a head teacher, they'll just tell students, can you go on rampage? They are sure the ministry will remove him. So instigation was another big challenge. Another thing was teacher and professional behavior, lack of social distance, etc., etc. Okay, so I wanted to do some little discussion. First, data showed that conflict was explicitly taught in social studies and life skills. In BK and literature, it was implicitly taught. Thus, the ministry had opted for the peaceable classroom approach, where conflict resolution is incorporated into core subjects. So there is evidence that indeed this was taught. I went to look for the Abraham Lot thing. It was indeed Genesis 13 verses 7 to 12. I wanted to check when they had referred me to. Now, since it is taught using the peaceable classroom approach, this call to reintroduce civics is a call for the process curriculum approach. We are just differing in the approach. The current curriculum has used the peaceable classroom approach, but people want the process curriculum approach. Otherwise, content on conflict management is there. Challenges, as I already mentioned, subjects not taken by all. Some students are just studying to pass exams, etc., etc. So on the spanners, misunderstanding of human rights, this is very critical because rights have been presented to students without a mention of responsibilities. So people just come, you have rights A, B, C, that they have responsibilities. Nobody mentioned that. Unfortunately, students focus on what I've called low-level rights. This is their area of focus. Right to associate, right? So if you find a boy is with a girl, no, it's my right, I must associate. Low-level rights. Right to demonstration, right to talk, to speak, etc., etc. At the expense of what I call high-level rights. What could these high-level rights be? Right to education. It's a high-level right. That has an impact on their whole life and on the lives of other people in their world. Right, they have right to life. So because of this concentration of low-level rights, a head teacher who is serious with studies, very serious, you must go for break, they will vote against him. They don't know that he is trying to enhance their own right to education because their focus is on low-level rights. Actually, in Kenya, studies show that students, I think, are more or less like brothers with those from Malawi. And they invoke, when they are on strike, they invoke a statement, haki yetu. That's our right. I talked to a certain Kenyan girl, he said it's more than our right, it's demanding our right. So they are vandalizing, they are demanding their right. Okay. Poor school management, okay, all those things. The professional challenges, something like that. I think my time seems to be over. Study conclusions. What does the study conclude? Secondary schools in Malawi register very many violent conflicts, not because conflict management is not covered in the curriculum, but because one, not all students learn it. Two, the few. There are other factors which characterize violence in secondary schools in Malawi, including misunderstanding of human rights, poor school management, instigation, and lack of professionalism. The introduction of civics and citizen education may not be an automatic solution to violence in secondary schools. Lastly, curriculum reform should transform beyond academic excellence so that students acquire appropriate attitudes, values, and morals. So focus should not only be on the cognitive domain. We must transcend beyond that and go into the affective domain so that students acquire skills. One of the two subjects, social studies or life skills, possibly should be made compulsory so that all students learn it. The teaching of citizenship education should aim at instilling students' values, morals, and knowledge for proper citizenship and not just intellectual capabilities. Finally, factors that fuel violence should be properly managed. Human rights properly presented, heads oriented, transfer of head teachers just because the school has been violated. Let's find ways of doing that. May I conclude with this one? This one was circulating on the social media. I think I got it from the DVC of the DMI. I liked it. It says, what is education? And it says, at the end of World War II, this letter was found in a Nazi concentration camp. It is addressed to teachers. So I was saying these teachers being addressed are teachers of a curriculum, not the teachers themselves, teachers of a curriculum. It says, dear teachers, I'm a survivor of a concentration camp. My eyes saw what no man should witness. Gas chambers built by learned engineers, children poisoned by educated physicians, infants killed by trained nurses, women and babies shot and burnt by high school and college graduates. So I'm suspicious of education. My request is, help your students become human. Your efforts must never produce learned monsters, skilled psychopaths, educated illiterates. Reading, writing, arithmetic are important only if they serve towards making our children more humane. This one is a non-author. I thought I should bring in a non-author. So, Theodore Roosevelt says, to educate a man in mind and not in morals is to educate a menace in society. As we review the curriculum, could we transcend beyond the academic excellence and consider the affective domain so that both the mind and the heart work together for people not to be a menace? Thank you very much for your attention. May God bless you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zimpeter. Another round of applause, please. So in a nutshell, of course, we have got a book of abstracts. On page 4, you'll see his abstract, and we can get some takeaways from there. So in a nutshell, he talked about conflicts being inevitable, but also that conflicts are healthy, but when not well managed can result into violence. So large groups in our schools, they do fuel the violence, which has resulted into loss of millions of kwacha in form of property. But the ministry also has made some attempts to manage these conflicts in our schools. And there are different approaches to manage conflict resolutions. And he said maybe we should go for the holistic approach. If we're looking at a person, we're looking at the mind, the will, and the emotions. So for so long, we have concentrated on the cognitive and left the affective domain neglected. So this content about how to resolve the conflicts, they are there in our curriculum, and our students, they are just learning them to pass exams. So a process approach to managing the conflicts has been advanced. Also, he highlighted that students tend to concentrate on the low-level human rights, ignoring the high-level rights such as the right to education. But this content also is present in subjects like social studies, life skills, and so on, which not all students take them because they're optional. But also, he also highlighted that there's poor understanding of these human rights also. He also highlighted a number of factors that fuel violence, and these factors need to be properly managed. Our guest of honor, the SC, at this time, before we go into comments and observations, and which will be handled by my colleague, Lawrence Alfonso, allow me to ask you to say bye, and maybe you can take a leave. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have witnessed a good start to the conference, and I would like to say that it would have been great to really continue attending the conference, but I'm sure in the concept that we are looking forward to as an output of this meeting, we are going to learn about the rest of the presentation. Suffice to say, the ones we have listened to seem to be quite informative. We're opening 2 schools, Nachiteme and Kola. I think the picture that he showed was one from Kola where they bent a teacher's house. So I was actually wondering in the conclusion that it looked like Dr. Valentino Zimpita is a disciple of Bob Marley. Babylon system is a vampire. He starts saying that, oh, they are producing engineers and nurses. They are good. They are good. You just have some that don't apply effectively. But I think the main issue is that we need to look into making sure that moral education and values are inculcated in the curriculum. I wish you all the best, and I do trust that the rest of the conference will go well. Thank you very much, and wishing you well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think if we are to look at what the SE said earlier on during his opening remarks, he said, let us focus on what must be done. And I think the contributions that we are going to make will focus on that one. What must be done to ensure that we don't have a lot of conflicts in our schools? It's open for contributions. Can I see hands? Okay. Several hands. Can somebody go there? Oh, several hands. Okay. Okay. Let me give you a chance first.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Gilbert Piri, Domas College of Education. Thanks so much for the good presentation that has been made. I've got a comment on the recommendations that the speaker has actually made. He's actually proposing the compulsory for one of the 2 subjects, social studies or life skills. I really totally agree with him, because the research that was actually being made by, or that was done by MIE and Domas College of Education, it also noted the following. 1, the citizenship education and civics is not fully addressed in our curriculum. There are some gaps. Some content is missing in our curriculum. Secondly, it's the methods that are being used as we are teaching the learners, both in primary and secondary. The methods are not actually giving our learners a chance to practice the skills and the like. Thirdly, and finally, it's exam-orientedness of our curriculum. You find that learners are focusing much on memorizing content in order for them to pass examination, not to get the values. So as much as I appreciate the making one of these compulsory, we have to relook on these subjects so that they should be able to address the gaps that the research really came up with. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. Can we have more comments?
Thank you, moderator. My name is Limbani Sapato. from civil society. Thanks for your captivating presentation. I have a question and also maybe some recommendations. My question is, if you look at your research and also the findings, what are the findings saying on responsibilities of parents? Because maybe the conflict also starts from the home. If the parents are always fighting at home, maybe they are not giving a good example to the children. But also, before the children go to school, what are the parents advising these children? I'm thinking that somehow the parents need to have a good role rather than just to pay for damages when things happen in the school. Change should start from the home, and the parents should not abdicate their responsibilities. I was thinking that maybe in the upper levels, especially in college and the university, we should have a module on parenting, so that because at the end of the day, once you graduate, you become a parent, generally. We need to have these skills, even soft skills, for raising our children and ensuring that they behave responsibly in the school. So this is a question that I wanted to put to you, to say what are your findings saying about responsibilities of parents. But otherwise, I have 3 quick recommendations. One, I think leadership capacity in the schools in dealing with conflicts, it needs to improve. Our head teachers, my observation has been that most of them, they're just appointed as head teachers. They haven't received thorough training on how to conduct themselves, including how to deal with conflict. So I think we need to work on this as well. Secondly, building it from there needs to be structured dialogue between students through their student leaders as well as the management. Often we see firefighting in the schools. When there are cases, there is firefighting, giving ultimatums or giving directives. But there has to be a dialogue that should happen throughout the year where information is exchanged. Because some of the conflict comes out of lack of information and proper mechanisms. I think lastly is the need to promote both cultural values. I think you refer to morals, but also I think religious values, because the values from Christianity, from Islam and other religions can help really to ensure that the students behave responsibly while enjoying their rights. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's have one more comment before I ask the presenter to respond to some of the comments that have been made.
Thank you so much, moderator, for giving me the chance to speak. I'll be very brief. Thank you again to the presenter for giving us a very captivating presentation. I'm Joshua Gontamtali. I work with MIE. I anchor life skills. I'll be very quick because the presenter ably said that we are focusing more on cognitive access, especially on the issue of exams. So I'll comment on life skills and social studies. At the moment, I'll focus on secondary school. You see that MANEB, they have combined where life skills and social studies learners are going to write one paper. And yet, these subjects are taught independently. And to make matters worse, these subjects are optional at secondary school level. And we all know that each subject has a different rationale why it is taught. The presenter ably talked about the pedagogical approach. If you see, the pedagogy of life skills is quite different from the pedagogy that need to be approached in social studies. And yet, we are combining this. I'm not surprised that if you look at the performance at this year exams last year, if you check how learners performed in life skills and social studies, it was pathetic. Therefore, I believe that maybe even the in the recommendations, we should be able to say probably when it comes to when we're assessing learners, let subjects be approached as independent the way they are taught. Otherwise, they have different rationale, sometimes mix them, confuses the learners, confuses schools. There are many challenges that schools are facing. Therefore, let's also look at these issues, how we assess learners. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Let me just recap what has been said so far before I give to the presenter. The first one, Gilbert, indicated that although the content is there, there are still some gaps that needs to be filled. Dr. Nsapato also indicated that there is need that as we are striving to ensure that there are conflicts-free environments in schools, let parents be taught about what they are supposed to be doing in terms of bringing peace in the community as well as the school. He has also talked about recommending introduction of a module on parenting for the upper primary as well as secondary school level. There is need for leadership capacity for both primary and secondary. And again, he talked about the need for a structured dialogue between school administrators and the students, not talking about the cultural issues that need to be included. Can I just give a chance to the presenter to say one or two words before we take a second round of comments?
Thank you very much. I think much of what has been raised are comments, not necessarily questions. I would think the Deputy Principal has talked of possibly support of making one of the two subjects maybe compulsory so that students, but he went further to say that the content that is there may not be that adequate, in which case as we review the curriculum, if we feel like taking the same peaceable classroom approach where we incorporate these, the content into core subjects, possibly we may need to enhance the content as per the gaps that are there. Dr. Nsapato, I think you asked a question, what are the parents saying on these things and what do they do? Apart from requesting if universities would have a module on parenting so that as soon as students graduate, they marry, they get kids, they know how to parent. I should make a mention that the sample included parents. So we had some parents, of course, purposely sampled those who were active in PTA-related issues. This question was asked to them. Of course, their word was that children in the homes, because of the right thing, they're even challenging parents. Actually, I mentioned one of the parents said, in fact, even if you go to a pastor's, a reverend's house, ask him about his kids, most of the time they are talking of prayer, etc., etc. Because they don't they have a misunderstanding of the human rights, they are unruly. So it's something I think that we may have to look into, but parents are equally concerned. It appears they try their best, but the results are not that good. And to them, it's because of misunderstanding of human rights. I think you've made comments on need for head teachers to be oriented. I think that's indeed very important. It transpired that most of the conflicts that turned into violence were such that if we were managed, things should have. Actually, issues of communication, students were saying, at times, Wednesday you are supposed to go and to have meat. You go there, you find their beans. Then you are overwhelmed, you just start vandalizing the school. Because they didn't tell you. They don't communicate. So these are things that heads would need to be oriented in so that they are able to communicate, to handle people without bias, etc., etc. Structured dialogue, I think, very important. Promotion of both moral and religious, I think, very important.
On the manable thing by the officer from MI, I would think this is the right time because we are looking at the curriculum. If we think the direction that manable has not, has come up with is not the best, if this is time when we could try to look into it. I hope manable will be part of the gathering. Otherwise, I think that's all I can say for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zimpida. We can get 3 more comments. Oh, so many hands. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Naomi Muntali from UNESCO. So I think thank you very much, Dr. Zimpida, for this very engaging presentation. And we agree that the affective domain is one of the areas that is neglected in the curriculum and that needs to be strengthened. Now, when we talk about the affective domain, we are also looking at the intrapersonal as well as interpersonal skills. So, which is what the life skills education provides for in terms of bringing up or developing the psychosocial skills that our learners can use when they are engaging interpersonally. We really cannot separate interpersonal violence from school or what was referred to as mob violence, because if the interpersonal, if there's bullying in a school and we allow that to happen, that is the bullying amongst learners themselves, we are condoning that violence is okay. So we should not really be surprised if now they turn around and, organize themselves into mobs, and then they get into vandalism as well of the school property. So it starts really from how do we deal with the interpersonal relationships that are going on at the student level. We do have a program called Connect with Respect, which actually helps to address violence in a whole school approach. So it's looking at interpersonal relationships between learners, and it's also looking at how teachers also relate to learners, and also how school management relate to each other as well as learners. So it's everybody in the school that can benefit from this program. It also helps to look at what are the safe spaces for learners, and how can those areas be addressed. This goes back to the point which was mentioned, I think, by Dr. Nsapato, that we also need to remember that violence does start from home. Where are these learners coming from, and what are they bringing to the school? So in addressing the violence that we have at school level, we need to look at where are the children also coming, what have they learned, what needs to be unlearned. And when we talk about human rights, I think the misconception that learners have, it all boils down to what we are actually teaching them. So we cannot point fingers to say it's the people who come in and talk about human rights. What does the school, what does the curriculum teach about human rights? And that's where we need to be very clear. This is what we mean by human rights. You have human rights and you have responsibilities. That needs to be embedded into the curriculum. The introduction of civics, we need to really interrogate what difference will civics bring that is already not being addressed by social studies and life skills education. Are we bringing in a subject which might, replace a subject which was already there, which was also bringing value? Or do we need to strengthen the subjects that are there and also make sure that they do address these concerns that we have on conflict resolution? So the point is that conflict resolution starts from the individual and goes out to interpersonal and then goes out to the community. There was a mention on sorry, I think I've talked about human rights, but I think overall we want to be able to look at, really interrogate, what do we already have in the curriculum? How do we strengthen that? Yes, the point on the option of life skills education, making it elective. So because we have this challenge, should we revisit? What should we make as a core? And if it's a core subject, what does it mean to the learner? My understanding is that a core subject is not chosen. A core subject is something that the learner has to do at any level. And it's very important at secondary school level to actually make sure that all learners are actually getting this subject. So thank you very much. Those are my comments.
Thank you so much. One last comment, and then we can give it back to the presenter before we go for lunch.
Thank you so much, the Director of Ceremonies, for acknowledging me. My name is Fegim Hasi, Headmistress Ngumbe Community Day Secondary School in Blantyre. I just want to point out the following from whatever has been observed. Firstly, let me point out that according to the curriculum matrix, life skills is supposed to be a core subject and not an elective subject. It's just like physical education. However, school administrators have chosen what to do with life skills in our institutions. We choose that we take it as an elective when the ministry has taught us that it's supposed to be a core subject. So this goes back to school administrators in how we manage our schools. And then I also want to point out that just like students, school administrators also choose what to learn and how to implement what they have learned. Over the past few years, we have seen the government train us administrators either through the ISEM project or through the mass training of head teachers and their deputies last year. I'm happy to say that the leader in this training was Dr. Frank Ntemangombe. And one of the areas of focus was again conflict management. But then how have we used it back in school? Do we need policing for us to properly manage schools? Because some of these cases of vandalism and school violence are coming in because of the conduct of hates in those institutions. And one thing that I did not hear the presenter present on was how drug use has damaged our schools in Malawi. In most cases, those leaders of school vandalism are those ones who are high on drugs. Parents back home are able to notice that their child is high on drugs. They won't alert the school authorities. And if school authorities find a student who is high and maybe suspend that student, rights organizations will come in and demand that the school is denying a right of education to those students. So there are a lot of factors that still need to be looked at before we just say we bring in civics. But then when we bring in civics, what new thing is it going to bring into the curriculum? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. You are the last contributor to this session. Dr. Zimpita, do you have anything to say?
Thank you very much, moderator. I think from Madame Muntari here, Dr. Naomi Muntari, she's talked about, there were more of comments, intrapersonal versus interpersonal. Violence cannot be separated from interpersonal, and that they have a program, Connect with Respect, an examination of safe spaces. I would think these are things that could assist to inform the curriculum review. It's something that they are already doing. We can learn what achievements are being made, what successes are there, and learn one or two things from that, I think. She's also talked about us being clear on human rights versus responsibility. I think that one is very important. Students should realize that they have rights, but they also have responsibility. she's also said we should critically examine this thinking of reintroducing civics. Are we not just going to jubilate or whatever? I think that one is very critical. If we want to introduce civics, it's an approach, very important. But should we say the other approach has literally failed or not? Or maybe we can just strengthen the current. I think that one is very important. I think she said a core subject is supposed to be taken by all. What is happening is where Ngumbe head teachers rightly said that indeed life skills is supposed to be a core subject, but administrators choose. Possibly, I was just thinking aloud, there are a number of core subjects. It's something that we may have to consider. If students were to take all the core subjects, by the end of the day, how many subjects would they take? So I think as we are thinking of this, we may have to see how best to go forward with the core subjects. Otherwise, I would think at least a core subject that would address the affective domain would be very critical, because the rest of the core subjects possibly are more into the intellectual development, not the human development, the whatever. Drug abuse, in fact, there are a number of cases. This one was part of my study, of course. There are a lot of issues that have been talked. The drug abuse has been mentioned. Of course, it was boiling back to human rights, where they were saying, they will tell you I have a right to decide what to take. If parents are saying, why drug abuse, you tell, no, it's my right. Actually, at this age, you can't. So those things are there, and possibly it may be up to us to see how best we can look into them. Otherwise, I think as I conclude, the Secretary for Education said maybe I might be those that we talked educated illiterates, possibly, you know, the bad thing usually are shadows of things. But this does not mean that in secondary school we don't have good students. Very good. But at the end of the day, the backwards are the ones who overshadow the primary school. So they are doing half different ways, just because. So the question is, how can the curriculum transcend beyond academics into the humane aspect? It's unfortunate if somebody is a bad or does whatever, he gets 6 points, everybody will write there, will sing songs, despite not having a human mind. How do we recognize people with a humane aspect of life? That is silent, because we are only talking about Bloom's taxonomy, knowledge, etc., synthesis, etc. But these other things, character formation, silent. I would think this is the right opportunity for us to reflect, rethink the curriculum so that it recognizes the affective domain. Thank you very much for the comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Zimpita. Let's give him a big round of applause. Indeed, we have been talking about conflict since 2014. Conflicts. Circulars issued by the Ministry of Education, Ministry of Civic Education, and many other organizations talking about conflicts in schools. This is an opportunity for all of us. The curriculum that we intend to provide next should be able to change the people, not only academically, but also socially, and even morally. We should be able to produce students or learners who are able to live a peaceful in society with others. Otherwise, I need to be guided. I was told lunch is to be served at 12:30. Any communication from Secretariat? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We are about to break for lunch, so I'm sure every one of us has received a meal coupon. If you haven't, please meet the Secretariat here. For those of us who've come with the drivers, please inform them to collect their meal coupons at the reception where we're registering. We should take note that our conference is live on Mob School. So we have partnered with Mob School. Perhaps some of us know Mob School. This is their beautiful banner here. So they are covering this event live on their Facebook page. You can tell others outside there, they can just type Mobi School on Facebook and they can follow everything about this conference from today up to Wednesday through Facebook page. And also, some did not register. Please register as we are going for lunch, right at the entrance there. I know some, they had issues, so please go and rectify those issues. Some were trying to resolve them. So please, those who did not register, register at the reception. Otherwise, we need to break for lunch. We'll spend 1 hour, 30 minutes for lunch. So this is 12:44. We should be here around 2:15. So let's keep time. No, is it? No, 2:15, yes, 2. All the best, ladies and gentlemen. So when we'll be coming from lunch, we'll break for parallel sessions.
With that, we've come to the close of the first half of the annual conference here in Mangochi, Nkopola. This morning we had several presenters. One of them was Professor Richard Nkandawire, who was reflecting on the issue of having agriculture included in our curriculums. He was also asking the question if our current curriculum is strong enough to be able to withstand the advanced technology that is going on. Ndiye kuchokera kuno ku Mangochi maono tafika pa nthawi ya mpumulo kapena tikhala tipita ku nkhomaliro kwakhala kuyankhulo osiyanasiyana. Mawa uno modzi mwawo anali Profesa Richard Nkandawire amene anafunsako mafunso angapo kuphatikizapo kuti kodi maphunziro athu pakadali pano ndokwanira kupereka ndithu upangiri kwa ophunzira kuti athu agwiritsa ntchito makina amakono. Tikhala tikupitirira ndi zambiri masanawa, mungathe kupitirira ndithu kupanga makomenti anu pa Facebook page komanso kumvera pa 90.0 FM ku Blantyre, Lilongwe komanso Zuzu. Keep tuned on our Facebook page as well as on 90.0 FM in Blantyre, Lilongwe and Zuzu. I'm your host, Diana Liabuba Chatata. We'll be taking a short break for lunch and we'll be right back with more. We have seen presenters this morning contributing on whether our curriculum is strong enough to withstand the current technical advancement. There were serious comments from Professor Nkandawire, who said there is need to run, there is no time to waste, as Malawi is lagging behind. Later in the day, by the end of close of business today, I will be able to have a sit down with some of the presenters that were making presentations here today. But otherwise, keep on watching on our Facebook page, share the link and stand a chance to win a very beautiful Mobi School branded t-shirt, as well as tune in to our radio 90.0 FM in Blantyre, Lilongwe, as well as in Zuzu. I am Diana Ligwapachatata. We're taking a break and bye for now, but we'll be right back. Keep on listening. There'll be a selection of beautiful music to keep you company as we continue the live coverage of the annual education conference, starting today from the 24th to the 25th of April.
Ladies and gentlemen, for those who want to give some items here, be assured of unless you still feel like you have to present with your
Can't go back. It's live. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. We're getting ready for class sessions.
1, 2.
Welcome to this panel session where our sub-theme will be curriculum and the learning. No one was supposed to have three presenters. The first one will be James Mandolo and the J-Panda. The second one will be supposed to be James Simba. I've been checking since he's not yet in. If he plays, then we're going to have a presentation by Dr. Kapesi. Without taking much time, because we're already late, if you look at the program, these presentations were supposed to start at 13:30, but we are way above time. We are almost 20 past 2. So we are late. I'll allow the presenters to introduce themselves. Our first presenter is James Mandolo and J. Banda. You'll be given 15 minutes for presentation. Can you briefly introduce yourselves and then
We'll welcome you back to the annual education conference happening at Nkopola Lodge in Mangochi. The theme for this year's annual education conference is curriculum change and innovation towards achieving an inclusively wealthy and self-reliant nation. We have entered a parallel presentation program where the sub-theme is curriculum pedagogy. Some of the presenters this afternoon will include James Mandolo, J. Zimba, and Dr. Elias Kapesi. Stay tuned, live here on Facebook, 90.0 FM, Lilongwe, Nzuzu, and Blantyre. This is Movie School. Stay tuned.
Okay, I'll see this one. Yeah, to realize their potential as they contribute towards national development. All right, no problem. Now, on the other side, we're having Malawi Vision 2063, which is actually focusing to say by this year we should be a transformed nation into wealthy and self-reliant upper middle class country. And in that vision, one of the foremost enablers has been clearly stated as being mindset change. So as time has passed by, the country has been reviewing its curriculum. And the recent we are using was done in 2015. And the purpose for doing that was to make education relevant. So this curriculum is actually focusing on student-centered teaching and learning, including continuous assessment. Excuse me. So this study went on to find out from teachers' experience regarding how they're implementing this curriculum in the secondary schools. It was found that study to actually share what implementation is like within our schools has been lacking. So this was taken to fill as the gap, to learn from teachers as how are they implementing the curriculum. So the study had 4 aims. The first aim was to learn from teachers their understanding of student-centered teaching and learning approach. How do they understand this approach? Second aim was to check their portfolio in terms of lesson plan as well as the lesson notes, to say, as they are choosing on teaching methods and strategies, what pedagogical reasons influence the choice of such methods. For example, if a teacher says, I'm choosing question and answer, we'll be asking, why question and answer? Because we believe the use of that method or strategy is going to assist a learner towards what you are desiring, Vision 2063. So aim number 3, we observed a lesson, that is the implementation. Now, during that time, our interest was how is the teacher actually implementing their lessons? Are they doing what they prepared in terms of planning? And how will that enable achievement of student-centered teaching and learning approach within that lesson? Last aim, we went with the teacher on the evaluation phase, whereby we wanted to learn from them to say which areas do you look for when you are evaluating a learner. Remember, each and every syllabus has got success criteria. Our expectation is that after the lesson, the student should be able to achieve the success criteria. Now we are looking at, in case they have evaluated the lesson, what areas do they look for to say we have achieved the success criteria? This study fell within constructivism theory, which basically talks of students constructing their own knowledge, and the teacher having a role to expose the students to that opportunity. On the other hand, when we talk of student-centered teaching and learning approach, this approach, according to Ntika and others, says it has interest on students rather than teachers and administrators. In other words, this method which a teacher should be using in the classroom should be that which benefits the learner. So just some of the example of student-centered teaching learning methods include inductive, active learning, cooperative learning, discovery, inquiry, problem-based, as well as project-based. Research design, data collection method, and how we selected participants. This study, since was looking at the teacher experience, it was found wise to engage case study and specifically utilizing face-to-face interview with the individual teacher, as well as checking their portfolio and observing their lessons. This was for the purpose of enriching our findings from the teachers. This study, we planned to move to schools within Nkopola, and we aimed at least 10 teacher participants. So Nkopola cluster was selected because it is within proximity where we are working. And some of the schools we visited were Linga CDSS, Kasamba, Bishop Ntegatega, College Private Secondary, and Nkopola Secondary Schools. Findings. So what we have here is just a list of what we heard from teachers. So for example, this teacher is teaching English at one of the schools, and after asking to say, how do you understand the student-centered teaching and learning approach? The teacher responded, and those were some of the responses, such as it focused on giving students opportunity to share their life experiences. Some said it is like learning methods. In fact, the methods which teacher has to use to achieve that are like group discussions, demonstrations, as well as individual assignments. Upon asking them why choosing these methods, they said it enables students to integrate their experiences, consequently achieving learning from respective topic. That is what the teacher has prepared for that day. We had another case. That was a history teacher. Upon asking him to say, what do you understand when you hear of student-centered teaching and learning approach? And these were some of the findings. They say it's like an approach whereby a student is on the forefront guiding proceedings within a lesson. So when we asked example of teaching methods which can put a student on front guiding teaching and learning, they mentioned question and answer, group work, as well as the presentations. On the reason why choosing these methods, said it helped to create, to promote creativity, as well as critical thinking, which will enhance independent learning. When we moved further to check their work plans, first of all, we had the English teacher with an English lesson plan. Then we asked, as you are choosing teaching method to deliver that lesson, what guides you in choice of those methods? So this one said he chooses method, especially those which are going to assist the teacher achieve the success criteria. And this teacher said his interest was to ensure that what is being learned is actually as according to the syllabus, success criteria, methods and materials which are provided within the syllabus. We had another teacher and we asked pedagogical reasoning when planning their lessons. So this one said during planning, his reflection is not necessarily on the materials he has been provided, rather has a set of questions which guides choice of methods. For example, what am I going to teach today? Who are my students? What do I think students know about the topic? What do students need to know about this topic? What type of instructional resources do I need? And what methods should be employed? So this teacher gave us these as the questions which guides their lesson preparations. Then with these teachers, we went further to observe their lesson delivery. So we had this lesson, English lesson, and upon our observations, we saw the teacher introducing the lesson from a story and gave a story to students to read, placed them into groups and gave them a task. Students responded by doing what the teacher asked them to do. Group leaders came in front to present. Then, after doing that, we had the teacher clarifying where students had challenges. But this time, he did not engage question and answer, but used the lecture method. That is to give clarifications on challenges encountered by students. Then at the end of the lesson, the teacher gave them individualized assignments, which were to be marked tomorrow. We visited another class. This was a history lesson, and the lesson was about the causes of First World War. The teacher introduced her lesson using questions. After some pause, we had students responding. She appointed some students to respond. Then was asking some probing questions from the learners to explain more on some of these reasons. Then within the lesson, we observed that despite using questions, the teacher would move on to lecturing and presented the issues to learners as according to how she understood them. At the end, the lesson was concluded by questions and answers to emphasize some points. After looking at how some of the lessons were evaluated, we noted the following: to say students, teachers rather, their evaluation was in most contexts based on assessing what students have achieved. For example, to say students are able to describe causes of First World War. Then we had another teacher who told us that sometimes when evaluating the lesson, we would see the facial expressions of the learners to say, since they are not asking questions, then it means they have understood. Then you went on to do analysis of the findings we had. So upon our findings, we found that the teachers who participated had an understanding of student-centered teaching and learning approach. Okay, they had an understanding because in their responses, they were saying it is an approach in which students construct knowledge. It's an approach which encourages teacher-student relationship. It is a method in which focuses on prior students' knowledge, as well as the organization of classroom and management has to focus on learners. So for us, it showed that the teachers really understand this approach, because even in literature, we have Weimar 2013, who mentions these areas as some of the points in student-centered teaching and learning approach. Then on M number 2, on the pedagogical reason behind the choice of teaching methods and strategies, we found that when choosing teaching methods to use in a class, teacher actually depended their choice on the number of students in the classroom. To say, since I have this number of students, I cannot use certain methods. So many of them restricted themselves to question and answer and the classroom discussions, other than utilizing other methods. Analysis on M number 3, observed implementation. When we observe the lessons, we found that teachers observe, indeed implement their lesson based on student-centered teaching and learning approach. But of course, we found that this one was at the beginning. But later, as the lesson proceeded, teachers would deviate to lecture method. Despite that, we also found that most of the teachers, they actually showed mastery of subject content knowledge. They engaged students, as well as that their lesson plans were actually different in the way they designed. This actually provides a loophole or a challenge, which is to say there is need for our teachers to be doing some maybe refresher meetings where these could be reminded to them. Analysis of findings number 4, evaluation of the student-centered teaching and learning approach. We found that most of the teachers evaluated their lessons based on what the students have achieved. This is, of course, has been guided by our syllabus, as well as how the students were participating. For example, we had a history teacher who said 90% of students are able to mention causes of World War. This was evidenced through their responses to questions asked. Of course, an evaluation was this one, like this one, might appear having no problem, but the challenge we find is that it lacks mentioning of support. 10% of students who did not achieve the lesson are going to be helped. In other ways, we are saying it does not indicate the preceding action of how the teacher is going to assist the students who did not achieve. Some recommendations we found is that there is need for continued professional development, particularly focusing on implementation of this approach. Specifically, what should teachers focus on when evaluating their lessons, 1. And 2, we should also do CPD on implementation area, particularly how teachers are supposed to deliver the lessons. Another recommendation was that there are certain issues within our curriculum, supply of teaching materials, understanding of teacher, of psychological level of students, and how we may utilize ICT in education. So these areas needed to be further discussed to assist our teachers so that some of the challenges to do with the large size are dealt with, and that teachers utilize student-centered teaching, which at the end may assist our learners to have critical problem-solving mindset. Relevance of this study. Of course, we found that this study fills the gaps regarding implementation of this approach in our secondary schools. It may provide monitoring and evaluation for Ministry of Education in how this approach is being implemented. It may also assist the curriculum in the impartation of proper values such as leadership, patriotism, tolerance, and teamwork. Now, these values can be entrenched when teachers are using student-centered teaching methods. Lastly, this one, the relevance is that it is going to assist in imparting skills such as problem solving to our students in case our teachers have been oriented on the proper utilization of this approach. So this is the end of this presentation. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much, James Mandolo and colleague, for a wonderful presentation. Another hand, please, for our colleagues. So this time we want to have some reactions, some comments, some questions. We want some clarifications. So maybe this time we may only maybe have 10 minutes because of time. Apologies, because we also need to have another 2 presentations. Comments, questions, clarifications. You see the time.
Thank you so much for your presentation. More of a quick question. When you were doing your classroom observations, did the class size have any impact on whether the teachers were implementing this or not? You know, often I'm visiting schools and with 100 students, that appears to be a dissuader of using such methods because it's much easier to talk to a larger group. Was that evidence, or did you notice something different?
Maybe before the response, possibly we can have another question. Okay.
Thank you. I just want to find out why the science teachers were not part of this study.
Why? Why?
Yes, can we have maybe the third? Okay.
Thank you for the nice presentations. I have 2 questions. The first one was, they had a sample of 10 that only 4 teachers accepted the observation and they proceeded to make the conclusion. Was it fair to make a conclusion for only 4 teachers out of 10? Secondly, seems the types of the schools which they had were different. Did they take that one into consideration? Thank you.
Maybe I'll allow them to take these three sets of questions, and then others also want to ask.
Thank you for the good questions. On the class size, yes, we noted with how teachers are handling those big classes. Mostly, they would run away from using learner-centered methods because of big classes. That's why we are, on our recommendation, we are in need that the minister should look into that, so that at least in schools there is that learner-centered method should be achieved, because most teachers are driving away because of large classes. On the science teachers, we did, it's just that in our write-up is there. For example, we had a computer study observation classroom, and we also noted there's a gap whereby some of the lesson which was introduced, it lacked some teaching and learning resources. For example, computers, even though the school was offering computer studies. That's why at the end there, in our recommendation, we're also requesting the minister to look into also that. The other two questions will be taken by my colleague.
Thank you. Yeah, of course, just to add on the issue of impact of class size, one thing which we also noted was that it became a challenge for students to be in groups because of the desks we have and the large number of students. And even as well how students sat, because it's like some are turning their back because the desks and the space cannot be moved around. In addition to that, when the teacher said, go back into your desks so that we continue with the class, there were some delays for students to go back to their groups. So yes, they had some impact. Okay, you have addressed the science teachers. You have also had the agriculture teacher and the computer studies. Of course, I should also say that our focus was mainly on how is the student-centered teaching approach being implemented. So, of course, we had this one, but we would have loved maybe to engage mathematics class, physics, but we'll improve on that next time. Only 4 teachers observed. Is it fair? Indeed, out of 10, indeed, may not be fair. But what we have is that other teachers only allowed us to check in their lesson plans and lesson notes, but we were not comfortable with us moving into their class. Of course, we had one person, maybe he was just joking, saying, you visiting my class, are you the same? Then, of course, after explaining, they did not see any relevance for us entering their class. So we proceeded with the 4 who allowed us to. The type of schools look different. Do you take that into consideration? In fact, we engaged different type of schools to really understand how is this implemented. Because on a conventional secondary school, and the environment at a CTSS, and the environment which will be experienced maybe on a private school, may be different. So we still chose to have all the schools to understand how it is being implemented, because our focus was the actual implementation. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. We have further comments.
being reminded, because our colleagues also, they are streaming live on the radios and the FBs. When we are talking, we should be holding both this one and this one. Thank you.
I should use both. I can just put it down.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. I've listened keenly to your presentation and also to the comments that are coming on the table. However, I would like to come back again and say, why are we here? Because to me, I think you have provoked the room. Learner-centered approaches is recognized as a best practice. But in Malawi, it's failing. That's maybe one finding that is coming. You've given reasons. So I was thinking the discussion would be now going forward, now that we are looking at reviewing the curricula. This is still a best practice. How best, as a nation, should we move forward so that we implement this best practice? Not maybe, not to say maybe the other comments, but just to refocus the discussion. And then let me finish by posing sort of a question to the whole House to say, when is the student-centered learning supposed to happen? Is it supposed to happen within the 40 minutes you are delivering the lesson? Or is something that should be a framework of your teaching from day one to the last day? Because I hear large classes affect student-centered learning. But if I am giving them work outside the classroom, can you go and do research and then you come and present? I hope the large class thing will not arise. So let's interrogate it to say, do we need it in 40 minutes, or is it something that we can implement successfully if we put in other strategies? Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Wisdom, for comments. So I don't know the way Boone has put it, if there might be other new ideas, other contributions. Maybe we can allow one or two to conclude on what Boone has said. Thank
you. My interest is to find out from the practicing teachers, how adequately prepared do they feel that they can pursue student-centered, learning? Because it's one thing to talk about student-centered learning and another to be adequately prepared to execute it. I'm aware there are multiple ways of actually pursuing student-centered learning. And the multiplicity of approaches does also suggest that the teacher has got to take time to plan them properly for them to be effective. Most of those I am aware of would require careful planning for the students to be able to exploit them fully. Having said that, the question still stands, do the teachers themselves feel adequately prepared that they can deliver student-centered learning in its multifaceted form?
So it's a question that is focusing not only on the presenters, but said even practicing teachers. So the presenters can come in, but I believe we can all come in where possible.
Thanks.
I think the question that has just been raised is a very pertinent question. We may have have some teachers who, by their nature, even if all resources are available, they are naturally lazy, they did not plan as needed. But one of the major problems is resources, because for you to actively involve the learners, you need enough resources at each stage of what they are doing throughout the 40 minutes, if it is 40 minutes, or 1 hour, if it is 1 hour. So one, the resources are not adequate in most of our schools. If you saw the presentation, the one who was teaching history went more into almost lecture compared to the one who was teaching the English, question and answer. That may not be very participatory. But look at the other one. It was getting more participatory than the second one. Anyhow, the resources, number of students in the learners, and in the eagerness of the teacher. This cohort will help the teacher to plan really for the participatory learning processes.
Representative from MUBAS, and from the engineering point of view, sometimes you can't use one method. So whilst I think the issue of using the learner-centered approach is best, but if I give a machine to a student, a late machine, the teacher must sleep. Otherwise, the students will break it. So I think it's like at what level, which module are you teaching that should determine which one. Otherwise, if you're going to take learner-centered, machines will break, laptops will break. So sometimes at a point within the lesson, the teacher can lead. At a point, teacher becomes behind. So I'm looking at multiple ways of how to teach other than one way of teaching. Thank you.
Let me join my colleagues to thank you for a good presentation. I want to start by saying that teachers, as far as I'm concerned, teach the way they were taught. They teach the way they were taught, and they find that very comfortable to teach the way they were taught. But I have always asked myself, do we have a philosophy that we follow in Malawi for teaching our children? Do we have a philosophy? I happen to have visited Japan and visited some schools there where their philosophy was so clear. And you go to any school, they follow the same pattern in their lessons. But here, as my colleague has said, Dr. Mugabe, well, we just choose what to do and how to do it, as long as we are comfortable with that. Never mind about whether to help the students or not, just do it that way. So that's my comment.
By extension, I am Manuel Kazembe from Malawi Adventist University. I think following up from what Dr. Kapesi has said, one thing that is also certain is that what student-centered teaching and learning is all about is to generate in the student the desire to actually be somebody who is willing in trying to find out. So it could be in engineering, it could be in any other area. But do we create that kind of environment for the student to want to learn and experiment where necessary? where we are saying in this case the teacher becomes the facilitator, because what they are doing is, in the process of wanting to learn, when the students find themselves to be in a situation where they are kind of stuck, then they have someone to look up to say, okay, here I am, what next? And we know what the teacher is likely going to do is, have you tried this? How about that? And in the process, we are helping the student to learn. I think we can kind of agree to say learning is done by the learner and not the teacher. And because of that, they have to be the one who is trying to find out, because when they do, what they get remains with them. When we tell them, it's very easy to forget. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. In the interest of time, we want to move to the next presenter, but there's a brother here, I think I cannot maybe go because he's been raising his hand. Let me give him the floor to be the first one. I hope it's going to be brief. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Anthony Marunga. I just want to reiterate what the moderator said when he was at the back. From the presentation, I feel like we can still help a curriculum developer to think of ways of possibly strengthening the use of the student-centered teaching and learning approaches. I'm thinking of, all right, the study used observations at some point. If we could get the nature of the activities that were involved, it would help us to see where possibly these teachers failed or where they succeeded. If you come to a class and you tell students to be in groups and discuss the definition of animal husbandry, I don't think that would help. But if you take them into a group and ask them to possibly explore ways of better ways of maybe raising animals and something like that, you are getting them into thinking. And when you get that and marry it with the Bloom's taxonomy, you are thinking, all right, these students are being pushed towards a more application kind of level of learning, or a more analytical level of learning. We are pushing them away from the knowledge level. So are our teachers able to use these methods to push learners into more advanced ways of thinking? Because that's where we want our learners to be. And studies have shown that our learners are failing to get to those levels. So if we could marry this kind of knowledge, marry the activities, so that we see where this method possibly is failing to push our students to, I think that would help the person who is thinking and who is thinking about developing a new curriculum to repackage the curriculum. Possibly it could be the method, or it could be the packaging issue. It could be the teacher training. So I think there are certain things that we needed to control so that we have an area where we're saying, maybe we need to improve this. But if we sit here and then we're saying, maybe it's the class size. Maybe it's the subject. I would also be thinking, is English and history expected to perform the same in terms of using one method? Possibly not. So we really needed to control certain things so that we are clear on the direction that we want to take. So this is not just for this presentation, I think for the other presentations as well. For all of us to begin to question that, all right, this presentation is only triggering our thinking, but then let's think of the next move. We are moving towards a curriculum review. How much does this presentation help the review so that we don't face these challenges anymore? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Before we move on to the next presenter, let me thank our two colleagues for bringing this presentation. Student-centered teaching and learning approaches is a fertile area for research. It has been researched and is still being researched. But the most important thing maybe from the presentation and from the discussion is that
The two colleagues have raised that we have an issue here. This is a best practice, but it's not working. Going forward, let us see how best we can make this work. From the comments, it was saying maybe it's teacher preparation, which is not working. When we are looking at the reviewed curriculum or the new curriculum, we should consider those issues of teacher preparation. Is it the resources? Those are issues that we have also to consider. Is it the class size? But I did not hear anything which I can say. Is it the assessment? So there are a whole lot of issues that we really need to consider so that we can make this thing to be effective as it has been proven to be a best practice. So let me request the House to give our colleagues a very big hand before we move on to the next presentation. So this time around, we are having Mr. maybe it's Dr., maybe it's Professor, but yet seated James Simba. So forgive me if I may have not given you the right prefix. James Simba. I hope James Simba is not around because we also checked some time back. We received no acknowledgement. So let us move on to Dr. Elias Kapesi, who is going to present on a paper titled The Paradox of Decolonization of Mathematics Curriculum. Yeah, I think the paper they have used, I don't know what kind of paper is this. It's reflecting bad in the eyes of an old young man like me. So, Dr. Elias Kapesi, please, you have the floor. Over to you, Doc.
For the sake of camera.
You were there? Oh, my apologies. Oh, Doc, there was a request to say if they are taking, is it a video? So it's not looking well if the presenters face this side, they are only taking it back. So we have to request that we present from that side.
He did it from here. Good afternoon, everybody. I was born before these computers, so he's trying to connect it. Monto, you're shaking your head. My presentation will be very nice because I'll be presenting to many of my colleagues here. You can see them. Especially those from the Polytechnic, from MAST, from the MAST College, who have ever interacted. I'm saying this as I'm waiting for the technician to... You have connected? Ah, okay. Okay. Let me do the needful things. think that's okay. Right. Do you mind if I sit, because I should have a good view of what is on my computer here? Is that okay? Yeah, okay. I'm Elias Kapesi. Some people prefer to say Elias, but I feel good when you say Elias, because that's the way it was given to me at home. Elias, not Elias. Kapesi. I'm a math educator, having experience with the secondary schools, the Malawi Institute of Education for nearly 15 years, and teaching mathematics and mathematics education at the Polytechnic. A good 8 years teaching the same in Britain, and becoming a rare commodity as a trained mathematics educator in higher education. I was trained at the University of Regina in Canada in how to teach in universities. So my PhD is in maths education. I'm a trained curriculum developer at Kwaruseni main campus of the University of Swaziland then, and textbook writer, Kenya Institute of Education, researcher in Germany, and how to develop university programs, Hiroshima University, Japan. So that's what I am. My CV is not that long, but short enough or wide enough to make me stagger. The title is Paradox of Decolonization of Mathematics Curriculum, the point of curriculum intersection between content and approach, or indeed pedagogy. I'm saying the paradox because I am not going to give you the answers, but to provoke your thinking. That's why I'm saying the paradox. And I'm talking about mathematics here because I believe every subject has its own challenges. You may ask me, what's special about mathematics? Mathematics is characterized by solve these problems. Do you do that in history? Do you ask students to solve problems? It's only in mathematics. Solve the following problems. Very unique. So I'm saying point of intersection because I'm looking at the content on one side and the pedagogy, the way we teach the subject. Now, decolonization here, I'm taking this word to mean our mathematics is alien. Whether we like it or not, our mathematics, at least in Malawi, is alien. To the teacher, to the learner, and to everybody, it's alien. Alien in the sense that it coincides with colonization of Malawi. It came with the colonialists. And that's where the word colonization is coming in, and I'm arguing in this paper, if we agree that our mathematics is colonized, how can we decolonize it and gain independence? So I will not go through all those items because they look too many, but they are in my paper. So if you get hold of my paper, you read about all those things. I'm given 15 minutes, then I'll just maybe raise issues, and then when you ask, we'll debate and then see the way forward. I'm starting in my introduction that we should agree that our school curriculum is usually criticized, that it's not serving our society, it's not relevant. just as the whole school curriculum talk of English, whatever, we're saying it's not relevant. That's why we are seated here. We are convinced it's not relevant. All the time, it's not relevant. Okay? The reason curricula are foreign to our society, especially in terms of content and delivery. We are talking of learner-centeredness. Is that Malawian? Is that the way a Malawian would be taught? Or is it something that is brought to us by other people? We are saying, yes, it works. Has it ever worked for us? We don't know. So our traditional education is replaced by the Western education. Certainly, we had our own system of educating ourselves. But perhaps we wanted the fast track, we adopted the Western education. So Western education is seen to be more rational than traditional education. Rational knowledge. Knowledge that is proven to be knowledge. Ours, not rational, because it has not been proven to be knowledge. However, Western education is doing a disfavor to our society by continuously oppressing and undermining the intellectual prowess of our local people. Here we are gathered to review the curriculum. Now, again, I'm talking about mathematics curriculum. One of the aims is to make the current curricula more relevant to the society by balancing between knowledge and indigenous knowledge. Western knowledge on one hand, indigenous knowledge on the other hand. And that's why I'll look at the curriculum review and see and bring about the universality of mathematics curriculum. People place the mathematics curriculum as universal. So if we are within that universe, then we just have to take what is universal. But then we have to talk about colonization of mathematics curriculum. Lots of things have come with the mathematics that we are talking about. And I'm saying, as part of curriculum review, can we think about decolonizing mathematics curriculum? Is it achievable? Certainly, there will be challenges. It is common sense to talk about mathematics. Maybe we know what it means. I will not subject you to the generic meaning of mathematics. But the point here is mathematicians and learners, perhaps teachers as well, because normally we have problems to place teachers into the category of mathematicians or their learners, or where do we place them, we don't know. But these two groups look at mathematics differently, because mathematicians look at mathematics as belonging to the gifted people. It's a rare commodity. Whereas students have a different perception. They are scared because they are not in that category. So while mathematicians are looking for definite procedures leading to the answer and the only answer, learners, they think, well, I can go either way, but I'll arrive at the same answer. Teachers keep crossing without thinking about where the learner is going. I went to Njuri Primary School one day, observed a lesson, and this student who was being shouted at, a girl I still remember, 12 plus 14, 12 plus 14. She wrote 20 as we know it, and a 6. 206. That was the answer. This teacher looked at it and kwacha, shout, your brother was here, he's useless, this one was here. That's why you can't get it. Then I looked at the answer and said, can we ask her to read the answer? She read it as 26. 206 to this girl was 26. So where is the problem? Anyway, this is a real classroom experience. Okay. I've gone on to explain the same thing, so I will skip that one. Now, when we are talking about curriculum review, it's talking about the critical evidence-based examination of content and the methods for the purpose of optimizing student learning and student experience. This is what we should be aiming at. Are we able to identify critical issues? And are those critical issues based on evidence-based examination of the content on one side, as our colleagues presented, on the student experience through the methodologies? So that's what we should be aiming at. So we are looking at ways of enhancing student learning, engagement, experiences, and outcomes. So reviewing the curriculum means considering what worked and what did not work about it, making changes for future, not for this generation. We are looking into the future. So if we don't address those issues, if we don't revise our curriculum, then we'll just be making the same mistakes over and over again. And that's what we want to avoid. Okay, having said that, I will not dwell on this again, but talk about universality of mathematics curriculum. What are we talking about? Is our mathematics universal or local? Or we don't know. So key aspects of mathematics that assume universality perspective and how this view is challenged is what I'm going to talk about here. Dominant form of knowledge are attributed to Western source, and knowledge has not been formed independently of the rest of the world. As we develop our mathematics concepts, we sell them out and share. I remember when I was teaching a class, I said, I wrote what you'd read it as a 2. But I said, what is this? Someone said a 2. Really? If I write that to a Japanese, would that look like a 2? So we share these things, the whole world. That's why we are saying mathematics is universal. Theory production. Unless we have a factory for producing mathematics knowledge in Malawi, mathematics that we'll be teaching always remain universal. We borrow what other people are doing and teach them here. So there is a theory part of production of knowledge which we have to embrace. And I'm saying this seriously. If you tell me you cannot produce mathematical knowledge here, then we will not be developing. By 2063, we'll still be relying on imported knowledge. Let me go on. Our curriculum, dominated by Eurocentric thinking, we can't run away from that. That's why we are saying it's universal. Mathematics is not only foreign, but also universal. Because some people say, oh, this was in America, this is from Japanese, this is from German, and so on. But it's all over, it's the same. So here we are talking about universality to mean ideological and structural changes that are directed towards an understanding of the interconnection of people in different parts and areas of the world. We, in mathematics, we are connected. When we say angle sum of a triangle is 180 degrees, you go to America, it's the same. You go to Japan, it's the same. South Africa, it's the same. We are connected. That's why we have a group of mathematicians. In education, universality refers to the increasing mobility of students. Many of us have done our studies in different countries. But wherever you went, the kind of mathematics you learned is the same. So we are preparing our students here to learn mathematics that can work anywhere in the world. Okay. Where's the timekeeper? I'm a teacher, so when I start teaching, you need to control. Okay, let me go on to colonization. As I already alluded to, when we are saying colonization, we are talking about that mathematics which came with colonialists. They came with what they called civilization, civilized way of doing things, including mathematics. They brought it here. That's why we are using the word colonization. So it's associated with the way the Western powers colonized Africa, for example. And that has also penetrated into the curriculum. So as long as we are teaching a curriculum that is not Malawian, then we are teaching a curriculum that is colonized. And if you want to appreciate how colonized our curriculum is, look at the names of people associated with the theories in mathematics. Do we find the Ekapesi there, Banda? No, all of them are not even African. We don't blame them. They did their part, and we're enjoying the fruits. I've already talked about looking at the biographies in mathematics. So the major names are from Europe, the ancient Middle East, the Romans and the Greeks. So historically, the contributions to mathematics come from the cultures that were traditional or indigenous has been historically, the contribution to mathematics from cultures that were traditional or indigenous have been diminished or ignored completely. Why am I saying that? You read in books, in Malawi, the accounting base is 5. Have you ever heard about that? In all the languages? In Malawi, you count 1, 2, 3, 5, then you say 5, 1, 5, 2, then 10, 10, 1, 10. That's how we count. How many are from Shonaland? Not Shona, Senaland. The Senas count up to 10. They have a base of 10 counting. Dora Marung, do you agree? is not easy. Yeah, but certainly they count. Yeah, you agree, yeah? Yes. That's unique. Of all the languages in Malawi, Senas count up to 10. I did that research in 1996 when I visited Doha, what and what. That's when I came across that. This is unique. In Malawi, a certain tribe counting up to 10. Can we not be proud of that? Anyway, but that is overshadowed by the Western when they tell us nobody else counts up to 10. It's us in the West. Okay? So mathematics is not just dealing with the facts, objects, but an independent society. It's fully packed with the society that shapes the mathematics. Because these people, when they were developing the concepts, they were developing those concepts to solve their own problems, social problems. Nowadays we are talking of computers, and literally the word computing is coming from computing, but it does come to be a name of a machine. That machine computes. If we come up with our own gadget and call it Capes, that would be great, right? So we should invest in generating knowledge so that our knowledge is not overshadowed by the Western knowledge. Already I'm talking about colonization. We are talking about colonization here to mean not always lost. We can do something to make our mathematics curriculum Malawian, relevant to our society. Now, to do that, I'm saying we should address the following. Looking at the content, which is very hard unless we invest in creating mathematical concepts or knowledge. That's one way of colonizing, but it's not easy. We need people like you to work hard to come up with what we can sell to the world as mathematical content or knowledge. But that's one way of colonizing. We are not saying throw away all the Western knowledge and replace completely with Malawian knowledge. No, because creating that content is not easy, but it's possible. But what is very possible, in fact, I should have mentioned that I'm considering two fronts here, content and pedagogy. So I've talked about content, which is quite interesting but challenging. I'm not saying it's impossible, it is possible. So you can approach the decolonization by looking at the content. The other part is indigenization of mathematics knowledge. Bring what is local into mathematics. The weaving of the baskets. There was a professor in Mozambique, Professor Gides somebody, was very good at this, studying the patterns in the weaving, in whatever traditional people do. Bring those patterns into our curriculum. Then we are bringing knowledge from our society. There are lots of things that are happening out there. We bring them in, slowly and surely, without throwing the Western. Dr. James is not here. Noted. That's why I'm skipping certain things. So indigenization of the mathematics knowledge, then pedagogical knowledge. We are dealing with a methodology should I say methodology or methods? Methods of teaching. We should look for those methods of teaching which are compatible with our society, the way we would want to understand things. Hey, there was a researcher from one country who came to a class to observe whether students are interested in learning or not, and concluded that this class was not interested in learning because each time they asked a question, students were looking either down or through the window, not at the teacher, and to him that was no interest in learning. When in fact, Malawian culture would not allow this student to look straight in the eyes of the teacher. No, a student cannot answer a question looking straight in the eyes of the teacher. Would look down or away while giving a good, correct answer. That's Malawian. Anyway, it's pedagogy. Another way is contextualizing the teaching. Bring lots of examples from the environment. Let them learn from the environment. You are taking what is foreign mathematics into the context, into the society. Aestheticizing mathematics, bring beauty in it. Mathematics is about beauty. You should be able to say, yes, this looks beautiful. The way you have laid down your method, whatever, it looks beautiful. Never stop looking for beauty in mathematics. Then you bring mathematics home. You are decolonizing mathematics. Language, on two fronts. There is mathematical language and medium of instruction. If you want to decolonize mathematics, pay attention to the language that you are using. My study, which I did in Zomba, I looked at how teachers use language in teaching mathematics. And one thing that I noticed was that even if the policy says teach in English or teach in Chichewa, in primary school, teachers will use the language that they are comfortable with. You cannot force them, because the moment they close the door, they are free to use the language they are comfortable with. They oscillate from English to Chichewa. In fact, there are three languages: the language of the learner, the language of the teacher, and the language of the curriculum. So they oscillate along those paths. So pay attention where they dwell much on, so that learning is not hampered by the language we use. I am talking about the challenges and the possible ways of doing it here. So already I've talked about it. I think I was warned that the time is out. But what we need to do is to constantly question the rationality of mathematics, so that we don't see it as a prerogative of Western knowledge. Let's own it. It's ours. I know some teachers, I've heard they tell students, this is the way they taught us to teach you. The MIE taught us, gave us this material to give it to you. I don't know what that meant. That happened at Chozoli in Rumbi, as I was observing a lesson. They said, this is what the mathematics that MIE has given us to give it to you. So don't ask me anything. They are not owning the mathematics. We should be busy exploring ways of knowing that rationality, to rationalize the mathematics itself. We must understand and perhaps paint a picture to the learners about history of knowledge generation. Spend some a minute or so to explain who initiated this and how it came to be, so that learners should appreciate there were people out there who thought deeply in order to come up with this mathematics. I'm just picking a few things there. Let me conclude, because you may be asking, this presenter is presenting all this, where does he stand? I'm saying we have to do something. We have to accept that our mathematics is not Malawian. That's a fact. And that is causing a discomfort in terms of teaching and learning. Our challenge will be to bring it home by decolonizing it. Slowly, evolutionary, not revolutionary. We don't have to throw a baby together with water. And much more, if you ask me, it's much more easier to decolonize from the pedagogical aspect of it than content. It's much easier. So we have to look at the methodologies we are employing when teaching our curriculum, so that we are not inculcating the colonization. We are decolonizing the curriculum. I hope I was not talking to myself. I think you were listening.
That's how we do it. Math teachers talk to themselves.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kapesi, for the presentation. I think he was not talking to himself. I'm quite sure. So let me open the floor for reactions to the presentation.
I just want to seek clarification. Earlier on in your presentation, you were saying that our traditional maths is irrational, while the Western one is rational. And later, you said we should balance the rational and the irrational. I kind of found that irreconcilable. Can you help me navigate through it?
Oh, it's one question.
Peter Bamto from MAST. Somewhere during your presentation, you have said mathematical concepts are universal. Then at the same time, you are saying we are decolonized. We can get rid of some of the Western whatever. Can you clarify there when you are saying it's a universal? I look at it that somewhere there's some contradiction by talking of universal as well as moving out of Western mathematics. Thank you.
Another reason, the other two answers. So we take those two and then go to reacts.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm Steve Makunkwa from Rwanda. Yeah, thank you so much for the presentation. It was really mind-provoking to try to think about the way we have been even teaching some of the courses which are mathematical in nature. But I was really trying to, as you like to indicate in the beginning, that we are here to review the curriculum, and you have also defined what it means, curriculum review. And looking at the presentation that you have made here, what is the key message in terms of as you are approaching the, this process of reviewing our curriculum? knowing that one, as the colleagues have indicated, about it's a colonial way of colonizing us. It came with the colonial, and at the same time we need to get out of this. And as you are saying, we are really developing a curriculum for the future, for the new generation. What is it that you can advise to the architect of this review in terms of, to help us move and start thinking rationally in order to make sure that the coming generations are relieved from this colonization? So that's why I thought I would see that properly in the conclusion, but I thought maybe it's something that we need to come out very clearly so that we are all, really understood. But it's really a very nice presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Doctor. Professor Serpel in Zambia has argued similar things for IQ, for example, and he designed an IQ test that is more appropriate to children, to the context. And I was wondering if similarly you have, you have a proposed way, or a proposed maybe, a sort of examples or ways that you have for contextualizing mathematics for local context. I see your point, but I'm a little bit stuck on the so what. So how can we? Are there examples of very Malawian way of thinking of mathematics, of way in which Malawians are already embedding mathematics in their everyday life, and how can we capitalize on that? I have been involved with Mai in the mathematics curriculum review, and we have struggled to find those. So maybe there is such a kind of portfolio or storage of ideas somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Maybe react to those four, and then we will take another seat.
Thank you very much. The first question came from Dr. Marunga. You're asking about if I say traditional mathematics is rational, whereas Western is rational, then that's a contradiction. What I said was, when the Western people were bringing their mathematics to overshadow ours, they were saying ours was irrational. And we didn't have the muscles to argue back to say, no, it's rational. So they overtook us. And we accepted that, and then we said, bring yours, then we learned that. Now our challenge is to fight back by putting forward our own concepts that are demonstrating rationality. And this is a chance when we are reviewing the curriculum. If we have anything, then inject it in our curriculum. But in my conclusion, I said, when it comes to content, as far as I see it, it could be more challenging than looking at the methods or pedagogical ways. That's what I said. Thanks. Thank you. Mathematical concepts are universal. And why should we decolonize them? That's Dr. Montoya. It's on the premise that we accept that our mathematics is from outside, from Western, and therefore it's a symbol of colonization. They are colonizing even your mind. Your mind is colonized by learning that mathematics. You are thinking the way they think. Now, we are saying, as I've mentioned, with content, it may not be easy, but perhaps, I'm saying not easy, but I'm not saying impossible, but difficult. We can slowly begin to think about injecting our own. That is decolonization. Look at the way they came up with a measure of a foot. Was it our foot here in Malawi? Surely they used a foot. But whose foot was it?
Chinese, Japanese, English.
Yeah? Of course, you can say we are away out of that, but I mentioned about counting. They should also know that Malawians can also count to base 10. Yeah? That's what I meant by decolonizing. So universality, we are joining the universality of mathematics. We are not doing away with it, but we should make a contribution to that universality of mathematics. I'm challenging you people here listening to me. Let's contribute, not to call their mathematics irrational. It's irrational, we just have to join them to add voice to it. What is the key message? How can we move from here? I didn't record your name, but I think I got your question. From here, how do we move? I said at the end that the same message I've given out. Our way forward is to rethink the content and the methods or pedagogical methods that we are using to teach mathematics, to see if we can inject something new. And more importantly, that is Malawian, if possible. I will be happy to see a Malawian way of adding, subtracting, working out this and that, rather than sticking to the old way, the way the Newtons actually calculated things. Yes, but if we have seen a shorter way, better way of doing it, and give it a Malawian way of looking at it, then we are contributing. That's the way to go. So the way forward is, as we are reviewing the curriculum, let's crack our brains to say, what can we add here so that we make the curriculum more Malawian. Examples of contextualization, there are many. We are talking about, I mentioned about the professor in Mozambique, Gilles somebody. There are lots of weaving, making maths and patterns when you're talking about geometry, this and that, patterns. We can explore them and bring them into our books so that our learners can appreciate what is in our society that can contribute to understanding some of the mathematical concepts. Bringing what we are calling rational mathematics into our society to mirror it onto the patterns that are in our society. So there are many, and I cannot mention them all, but I'm challenging people here to go out and look for them. At least during my time when I was at MIE, I went out looking for names of certain concepts in Chichewa, in Chiromwe, and in Yao, so that there are certain students who fail to understand a certain concept unless you describe it in their language. That's contextualizing. Once they pick it from their language, then you move them back to the mathematical language. Then you are with them. The other way is, if it is primary school, use the local people as resource persons to explain certain mathematical issues. Like the way they can construct a circle when they are constructing Kokwe. There is a local way of constructing a circle. And students, learners might have seen it already in the village, how they construct a circle. So by the time we use the the campus and whatever, they will have already gotten that concept. They are constructing a circle. I think that's what I can say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we take the last 10 of the reactions so that people can retire. So there's a hand in, I think I saw it first, and second, both third, and Joshua, the last one. Let us be to the point in the interest of time.
Thank you very much for your brainstorming presentation. My name is Michael Kamange from DMI. Okay. I was saying thank you very much for your brainstorming presentation. My name is Michael Kamange from DMI. I just wanted to focus more on your point on contribution. So, putting into consideration your vast amount of experience in mathematics, are there specific areas that you've managed to identify in the mathematics curricula that you feel are irrelevant? And are there specific theories or formulas that you feel you have developed or identified that can be replaced? I don't know if I was clear. Or should I repeat it?
I think Joe was speaking that.
Yeah, I'm talking about your contribution, since you talked about contribution. So in your position, in your capacity, have you managed to maybe identify that the irrelevant theories or formulas in the curriculum that we already follow that you might think you might contribute personally that we might change in the curriculum that we already follow? I'm very focused on the contribution. Yeah.
Thank you very much for your insightful presentation. Actually, it's really mind-provoking. So as a mathematics educator, actually I'm also like undergoing some cognitive dissonance right now to say, yeah, this is happening because my thinking has been like mathematics has been a contribution from so many other cultures. I'm not good at history of mathematics. I've heard of some maths coming from Egyptian civilization, and then like you mentioned the number 2. I'm told like those are Arabic numerals, meaning that the contribution is from like algebra. They say it's an Arabic sort of contribution. So my conception that I've had was that mathematics has been, we have math as a contribution from so many civilizations in the past. Then I was thinking about like the mention of like Western. Of course, that's, then I was trying to marry these. And then I was thinking about like reinventing the wheel in this aspect to say, okay, yes, we have our, the issue of context. Yeah, like when you're teaching, you have to adapt to our society. Then I was thinking about learning from other cultures. For instance, these days when it comes to the best methods of teaching mathematics, I'm hearing that the Asian countries are doing quite much better. China, Japan. So then I'm saying, I teach my students that let's use the theories that are being used by the Asians and yeah, so that they use theories like variation to teach better mathematics. And I'm saying, now then, what should be the way forward? Do you have to discard these Chinese, Japanese styles that are much better when you're teaching mathematics, and then look for more Malawian methods? So I'm just like confused, actually. Maybe you can help me out.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. I don't have a question, but just a thought to share. Your thought-provoking presentation has actually reminded me of something that happened in 1997. Then the Minister of Education was Honorable Kamangadazi Chambalo. When he came onto the scene, a Malawian young man from Karonga, Nolens Mangweo, had for the previous 18 years been working about 16 hours a day and had come up with a writing script that was Malawian and called it Mangweo script, which you could use to write any language in Malawi, not necessarily alphabetical, but using sounds. It was touted as something that was coming on the scene, which would actually put Malawi in a way on the same footing with Ethiopia and Egypt. But for some reason, that didn't see the light of day. Now, what you have presented seems to say content is there, it's universal. A tool is a tool, whether in Asia or in Malawi. But perhaps from what you have, I think, put forward, one thing that seems to come out is the language. Can we package this in a manner that becomes more Malawian so as to make it easier for our learners to actually grasp? I was just reminded, we lost that, and I think nobody has heard of Mangweo script anymore. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Thank you for moderator. I think what I wanted to speak has already been spoken. I'm Joshua from MI. Actually, your paper, Prof, applies to almost every subject that we handle. Because, for example, I have a background in geography. You'll find that there are many concepts that, for example, you'll find that maybe learners are learning, which are so remote that most of them may not understand. You may find case studies that are there about growing crops. You find that maybe playlists where land reclamation, all those things that sometimes even the geographical concept will be very difficult to understand. But those are the content that is there. However, I liked your phrase, if I may quote it. You said there are 3 languages in the classroom. I love that one. Where you said for a teacher, for a learner, and for the curriculum. So it's like 3 languages are happening in a classroom setup. Then I had a question, like maybe my colleague has said here, that for example, if we are talking about decolonization, do you think we are defeated because of the language we are using is not ours? For example, if you go in the library of Chancellor College, Polytechnic, if we say, okay, let's see how many concepts in mathematics are in Chichewa, for example, are in Chitumbuka, for example, are in Ilomwe. Issues of, for example, if I'm going to talk to my grandparent in Misuku about oxygen, about hydrogen in Chitumbuka, what should I use? So do you think the language is a betrayal here? Maybe we should start with the language before we start decolonizing the pedagogy? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof, for that presentation. No, I'm here. He can't see me. I'm here. First of all, thank you. I haven't seen a teacher so passionate about mathematics. I thought my Form 3 teacher was, but I think you have beaten her. So you are so passionate to speak of beauty in math. Where is the beauty in math? But then the way you have presented it. So Chiumia has talked about the language. That was Muntari, sorry, was one of the points that maybe the language, because if I'm from literacy field, we deal with issues of language. Whose language are we using? And also in the same sense, whose education, whose maths are we teaching? And for what purpose? For the Malawian child. Because surely I'm from Lilongwe. The Gule Wankuru to come out and dance. There's lots of maths. We are together. I'm not saying the Chrissy, right? For those brothers to come out and do that dance, balance on that thing. Are you kidding me? That is a lot of maths, high-level maths. Why are we not using it, taking that and bringing it in the classroom and then building our math concepts around that? That's what a child is bringing to the classroom. When you're asking them, because they know how to do Nyiwi thing. They know what materials to use, how to do the dance, how to do the balancing. But in the classroom, that doesn't enter the classroom at all. So whose maths are we teaching? For what purpose? Whose language are we using? When you're saying maths is the only subject that says solve the problem, it's in the curriculum, solve the problem, page 5. Anainu, tegula page 5. The previous presentation was talking of English. For learner-centered, it said the teacher introduced a story and said, here is the task, go and do the task. Where is the teaching in that? But it is termed student-centered learning. The students are just given this. So maybe it is how we are saying we are teaching our children. And as a teacher, have I received the preparation for me to stand in class, to move around the class, and support my learners? So those were the comments I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I now pass it over to you to react.
To begin with, Mike, where are you? I do not have any. That's the simplest answer I can give. I depend on all of you here. Surely someone sitting somewhere has something. Confused. Should we discard what others have done? No, I have repeatedly said no. We are not discarding that, but we should aim at contributing to it so that when learners see Malawian names associated with certain mathematical development, then they will see mathematics as ours, not theirs. So whatever is rational, embrace it, but we should join them in contributing to the development of mathematics. Can we package or repackage or package looking at the language? I think the last three speakers talked about language issue. You know, language is not language until it swims in the, oh, should I say the other way around? Knowledge is not knowledge until it swims in the language. Knowledge is like a fish. Language is like water. How shall we know that you know if you can't communicate to us what you know? And how shall you communicate to us if you have no language? So these two are inseparable. So what we are saying is, if we make a contribution to the development of mathematics, name it in your language, then you are exporting the language into mathematics together with the concept. Simple things. Trigonometry. It's just a three-gonal side measure created in that language. There's no magic about it. But you agree with me, some students go up to first year university, not knowing the actual meaning of trigonometry. They will have gotten a 1 in maths, but ask them. There was somebody who mentioned about language in the classroom, learner-centeredness, for example. At Baira Primary School in Zomba, a teacher was trying to ask students to discuss buying and selling in English. Nobody spoke. They were just looking at each other. They didn't have the language to discuss mathematical aspects of that lesson. They were just looking at each other. The moment he said, speak in your language, oh, they were happy. They were happy. So language is a very powerful tool in the decolonization of our curriculum. So, indeed, I want to agree, issues that I've raised are applicable to so many subjects. I just picked mathematics because that's where I'm comfortable. I used it as an illustration to many issues that are affecting our curriculum. So, you are from the Chewa, Lilongwe Chewa, 11th November 1971, that's when I joined Gleonkuru. I got initiated on 11th November 1971. So some of the things you are mentioning, I'm familiar with them. There are lots of mathematics there. And the beauty that you see, that thing that moves around, there are lots of weaving and whatever there, lots of mathematics. So indeed, in our society, I want to agree with her, there are lots of mathematics. We just have to open our eyes and encourage our students as they're doing their dissertations, whatever, to just not do the obvious, but go into our society. Hook some mathematics from there, and we can celebrate. I like the approach that the universities have taken, especially MAST and the MUBAS. You are so vigorous about pushing these learners into the areas that they can source some information and patent it. That's the way to go. If I ask you that before I die, someone must come up with a machine that will transmit power from Nkopola to your house wireless, and if you say no, then you don't belong to this group. That's the direction we should be going. Let's create that machine here. Power there, produce it, just as we use a phone, transmit it to Lilongwe. They will receive it on the other end and share it in their houses, wireless. Then we'll save lots of money. There is mathematics in it. Don't look at me like that. I'm not afraid of you.
I'll raise one thing. Because I struggled in my primary and secondary school maths. So I failed 8 repeated. I failed maths JC, I repeated. I failed maths MC, I repeated. But I ended up in college and managed the same mathematics, which I failed in what? Primary. And one of the issues that I've always said is the way that maths is taught is not as good. You talk of 2F plus 2F is equal what? 4F. To a guy from Mangochi. If you told them 2 fish plus 2 fish, they'll tell you it's 4, because for them, they know fish. Tell me another chair, mbeya ziwili plus ziwili zikazingati, mbeya 4. But you're saying no, 2M plus what? 2M. We can't pick it up. Now you're teaching 2Q plus what? 2Q. I will not pick it up because Q is not part of my, as you're saying, my language. So I struggle, and I think I'm happy to be here because I think the maths that has been taught in Malawi hasn't been contextualized. Thank you. That's why I looked at him like that.
But he was not afraid of you.
Yeah, I'm done because I said number 3, 4, 5. They are all looking at language issues. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah.
You allow me, colleagues, in the interest of time. Others have to travel. Others maybe they also have a meeting. Maybe if we continue the discussion at this point. But there was a hand. I hope we will just maybe 30 seconds needed to you.
Very brief.
Very, very.
Just wanted to agree with the presenter. Indeed, we are having a lot of challenge. It's not only in mathematics, in different subjects as well, as the previous speakers said. We are struggling with the content. If we check with the courses for our colleagues from abroad, the content which they have is lighter as compared to the Malawian content. I may give a different example from secondary or primary. If you look at universities, the packages which they have, similar course, let's say bachelor's, you find others are having 4 units, in Malawi we are having 8 units, which is a problem. So we need also to look into that as we are packaging the curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think before I request the House to give Doc a very, very big hand, I will just need maybe to say what I got. Myself not being a mathematician as well, but the message that is coming out is we must be moving towards decolonizing our education system. Because the way we are moving, I think there's a lot of alien knowledge that is there. However, Doc is cautious to say we have to balance. And from Joshua and others, it's not only mathematics, it's across the curriculum. And you rightfully say that you have given us a challenge. At the same time, we have an opportunity that we are conducting a curriculum review. So I want to believe that it will not just end as a presentation by Doc and us by saying, no, what an eye-opening a presentation. We must do something about it. And this is the time and this is the process. Because for this process to come again, there will be a lot of years in between. And then we say we were there, but we did not contribute, yet we have been given the guidance here. One thing I did not like, maybe he said, we must be evolutionary. I did not like that. I thought he would say we have to be revolutionary, because we don't have time. That's one thing with due respect. I disagreed with him. I said, no, a little bit, we have to be revolutionary, radical, and we have some pace so that we catch up. Lastly, maybe, let me say I'm privileged to say the double presenting there. I'm residing in an institution house which he used to reside in when he was at MI. So I'm very, very privileged to be. I did know, but it's just that coincidence. So, yeah, I'm in that house. Okay, so let us give him a very big round of applause. Yeah, Joshua, maybe there's one or two things to come then. Okay, so. Okay. So, colleagues, this brings us to the end of day one. It has been a very long day, but very fruitful day. Let me suggest that we close. When we close, we have refreshments by this side and also by this side. We just move around and get a cup. I hope and believe we opened the day by asking God to guide us. Let me request one among us to close the day with a word of thanks to the Almighty. You will do it?
Let us close our eyes and pray. In the name of the Lord Father Almighty, we come unto thee this hour with thanksgiving, those who have seen your glory, who have seen how we have discussed this morning up this hour, all for the betterment of our country, for the men outside there. As we be leaving outside the refreshments, we pray that you bless them. We'll also be going to different places. We pray for high protection so that we travel safely and meet again tomorrow. We know that we are living in a different different society where different vices are rampant, we refuse the power of the devil to torment us or affect each one of us in a different way. I pray all this in the name of the Lord Father Almighty. Amen.
Doc, welcome. I welcome you to this Mobi School live stream on Mobi School online as well as Mobi School on radio. This afternoon you made a very wonderful presentation focusing on curriculum pedagogy. You were speaking on decolonization of mathematics. What exactly did you mean by decolonization of mathematics?
What I meant by decolonization of mathematics curriculum is that there are all sorts of elements of colonial flavor in our current curriculum. Colonial flavor comes in because mathematics came with the colonialists, together with what they called civilization. Undeniably, it's rational knowledge, yes, but the language and the content, they are irrelevant to our society because they don't depict our society. So what I meant by decolonization is to slowly remove, replace, and contribute to mathematics with our indigenous knowledge, with our language, with our context. All those packed in will make mathematics decolonized.
Do you think there's a possibility of reaching a point where we're able to teach mathematics in a language that a normal Malawian can understand?
It is very possible if we search for the language that describes the mathematical concepts, which I did in 1996, going around looking for the actual words that can be used to describe certain terms in mathematics. And I found that 90% were there. You can find them. So with some more efforts, we should be able to come up with the language that we can use in teaching mathematics, especially to the young ones. Once we make them understand the concepts in their language, then we can move them into the mathematical language and then into English, whatever. But as a start, we must use the language of a child. And this is what even UNESCO encourages, that learners must learn in the mother tongue, at least in the early years of their primary education.
You will agree with me, Doc, that if you look at the results at primary school level, at secondary school level, even in our universities, when it comes to understanding mathematics, it seems a bit complex, and the results have not really been rewarding to teachers who actually teach people mathematics. Your last words on what you think needs to be done, and how much time do you think we have?
Well, the last words that I can say is we must be patient with the learners. I gave an example of a learner in a primary school in Injuri who gave us an answer, 206 to 12 add 14. Now, if you ask this girl to read out the answer, it was 26, but the teacher looked at it as 206. And because of lack of patience, the teacher punished the child. So sometimes we lack patience. We need to be patient with the learner because mathematics requires lots of thinking. There is a lot of art in it. There is a lot of, what I can say, use of theories. So we need to be patient with the learner. What is lacking among teachers, we teach the school authorized curriculum and denying the learner of using the learner's knowledge, which sometimes makes sense. For example, if you say add or give a change to somebody, you give 200 kwacha, you buy something 50 kwacha, and traditionally we would say 200 minus 50, but you find that at the market they will add on. Yeah, they will take the 50 and then add up to 200 and then give the change. So that kind of mathematics is not accepted in class because we are not patient about it. But most importantly, we must learn to use different ways of arriving at the same answer in mathematics. We should not just be rigid to the same method that is in a book, which we call bookish kind of mathematics.
A lot of young people watching you now are about to get in trouble because they want the answer without going through the process.
That's interesting. To them, my message is be patient. To do a mathematical problem requires being patient. The answers are not obvious, and therefore needs trial and try again until you get the correct answer. Reflect on each step. Mathematics is not difficult. as long as you are patient with yourself and with everybody else.
Thank you very much for your time, Doctor.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We've learned a lot from your presentation this afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you, our dear viewers. That is Dr. Elias Kapesi. This afternoon, he was speaking on the paradox of decolonization of mathematics. Quite an interesting topic, considering the results that we get annually on primary, secondary, as well as tertiary level. From me, Diana Liabuba Chatata, I have been your host. This is the end of day one. But join us tomorrow exactly 8 o'clock in the morning, live on Mobi School Facebook, online, on our app, as well as on 90.0 FM. It's been great having you here. See you again tomorrow. Bye-bye.